Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series. It's the final day in terms of qualification through Group A into Saturday night's final. It's been an interesting week so far. Some big names maybe not firing on the cylinders we'd expect them to, and a couple of new names emerging from the pack.
What a start to the day. We asked the question, was that sustained?
12 or 13. Oh, this is beautiful from Timothy. A stupendous start. 2 tough plus checkouts.
Tough plus checkouts again, the dart of the ball. Oh, he's done it again. He's done it again. This is incredible. For double 18.
Getting shot on the first flag, Paul Lewis.
From deposing of 2 former champions in back-to-back matches. Double 16 to do it in style. He may take it out. Top, superb.
He has.
Getting shot on the sixth flag, Raman.
The first time was so nice. He just had to do it twice. 2-1 to 8 points. Couple behind Scott Taylor at the top of the table. And McEwan only needs one dart at top to seal the win. Yeah, it's going to be a really intriguing end to this group, that is for sure. And we're going to be watching it in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar. And I was saying just in the introduction to the programme that we've got some big names here, but it feels as if they haven't really found the gear. But for the likes of Timothy Verbrugghe, then they really have found the gear.
Yeah, and it's all about today, isn't it? Today is what they've been playing for. The last few days they've just been hoping to be in with an opportunity come today, and that they haven't played themselves out of a chance. But there's a lot of players in there with a chance today. Today's the day to stand up and be counted. Today's the day to hit the ground running.
Jim McEwan is top of the table, hasn't played to his best. He knows that himself as well. He's probably the first to admit that, but he's still top of the table. What does that say about his class and his quality?
Positivity, really, and that's the way he should be feeling. But he doesn't look like a guy who looks very positive, and when you see him leave the stage after wins, he just looks disappointed. He's a guy that seeks perfection within this game, and he's got very, very high standards of himself. And high standards are good. It's good to have high standards, but you shouldn't be seeking perfection, because in that situation, you're always going to come off the stage disappointed, because perfection is not possible within this sport. And that's something Jim McEwan's got to be very well aware of. And you'd think with the experience and the time he's had around the sport that he'd look at the positives at times. But he's sort of moping around, shoulders down. He's not looking happy with himself. And he could be there for the taking today if someone comes in here and really attacks.
Well, Jim McEwan is the player at the top of the pile. However, the play of the week so far has been the Belgian, Timothy Verbrugghe. His second appearance here at the Live Lounge, and the improvements from his first outing here at the Live Lounge has been evident.
Is an exciting prospect, an exciting player, and I'm really excited to see him today. I said yesterday, the question mark was, okay, he played really well on day one. Is this now him, or is this something that, you know, it was a good day for Timothy on Monday? He actually played better yesterday. Today's a different day. Today the pressure's on. Today the chips are down. Today that qualification place is available. He's in a position where he could win the group, or he could quite easily drop into Group C in the blink of an eye. That's how tight this group is. So we're going to get to see Timothy under real pressure and duress. And do you know what? I think he's actually going to rise to the occasion. I think we're going to see some good darts again.
Well, it was interesting seeing Timothy walk into the arena this morning, cup of coffee in hand, headphones in, really focused. He knows this could be a real big day for himself.
Have you ever seen him not focused?
True.
He's focused walking up the stairs. He's focused. I've never seen him just sort of in a relaxed environment or not, and it'd be interesting to see if he even does it. He seems a very, very serious person, but that is translating obviously onto the board very well. He's a very awkward person to play against. You like to play a Jim McEwan, someone who when they miss something is very expressive, someone who shows you how they feel. A player like Timothy, I'd hate that, and that group's going to be very well aware of it. He puts you uneasy. He's a very tall figure, very imposing figure as well. So when he's giving nothing away, we've seen him take out 161s, 180s, and the expression is literally deadpan.
Well, they're the two main protagonists, but it's still a 4-horse race in terms of qualification. This is how the table looks going into the final day's proceedings. Neil Duff and Scott Taylor, 4 points back of Jim McEwan at the top of the table. As far as Scott Taylor's concerned, it's not really got going for him so far this week.
He's been poor. I'm not going to sugarcoat him, not going to beat around it. Yes, by other standards, we could look and go, oh, he's playing okay. The numbers aren't too bad. But we're not going to judge him by anybody else's standards. We're going to judge him by Scott Taylor. And by Scott Taylor's standards, he's been poor. And he would tell you the exact same thing as well. I'm not saying something that he would disagree with and sit here and argue the case. He'd probably be telling me poor's probably an over-exaggeration of how he's played. He probably feels it'd be worse than that. However, he's still in the race. He's still in the running. And that is the thing with Scott Taylor right now. He can come in here today. And if he finds his form, anything like, he doesn't have to find his very best A-plus game. If he can find anything like that, he could go through the card today. He can still win this group. It's still a possibility. But he's got to hit the ground running and put that fear factor in, because the fear factor does exist around Scott Taylor. People know what he's capable of. And when he starts showing that, people are going to be put on notice.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookies think. Jim McEwan, perhaps not a surprise, going off 1-2 favourite. At the beginning of this group, Timothy was 25-1 to go on and win it. He's now 4-1, second favourite.
Yes, and I think with that, I think the only downside for me, Timothy's not proven yet in this environment. If he goes on to do this, you will say what great value, but at the moment, unproven in this environment on a decision day like this. So I would say that's best watched. Again, with McEwan 1-2, I don't get those vibes. I've laid Scott Taylor all week. Every day, Scott Taylor's been big favourite, and I've told people to ignore that and do not get involved. Look for value elsewhere. Today, Scott Taylor becomes the value play, and maybe I'm going to turn my allegiances to the value play now being Scott Taylor.
Just very quickly, we're going to hear from Neil Duff in a second. What will be your assessment of his week so far?
Very close. Very, very close. His doubles are better than anybody this week. His finishing's fantastic. But yet, his average is the same it normally is. That tells me he's just lacking a little bit in the scoring department, certainly on the setup plays, the sort of 200 leaving down to a finish. It's taking him 6 darts rather than 3. If he tightens that up today, he could be the player. But I've said that now about 4 people today, which just tells you what sort of group we're going to be getting.
Well, it's a 4-horse race. Take your pick. It's 18+, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into our first game of the session. And it sees Neil Duff in action. He had an improved day yesterday, but he may feel as if points have been left out there. He takes on Paul Lewis, who on debut has muttered some big victories. He actually beat the top 3 overnight on Monday yesterday and is hoping to improve and possibly get a stint in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. But for the Duff man, his eyes are set on Group A success, and early on this morning, I caught up with him. Well, Neil, much improved day yesterday, but do you feel like maybe there was a couple of points left out there?
I think both days. There's a couple of days where I just kind of felt a little bit hard done by. Guys hitting the right scores just at the right time and sitting pretty. I think there was a few legs there where I was actually sitting on a double and boys are checking out 10+ checkouts. It can be a bit soul destroying, you know, but yeah, I walked away yesterday thinking I should have nearly went away with more, you know, but today's another day, just got to put it right.
What is the mindset going into today? Because it is a very open group still.
Very much open. Yeah, it's go out and win as many games as possible. I would like to register 5 wins today. I think 2 on Monday, 3 on Tuesday, 4, and then 4 or 5 today. Just kind of cements how I have to kind of fall into these things as the week goes on, you know.
And this is something you become a specialist at, isn't it? Learning how to improve as the week goes on.
Yeah, but I kind of, the mistakes you make on Monday, you try to rectify on Tuesday. So I went out with the mindset that I'm going to beat the boys that beat me on Monday. Mm-hmm. And it all started off so well until Timothy. I was raging after the Timothy game. I felt like I was in control of it. 1-6-1 check and then miss it again the next leg. And you can get very despondent, but you just have to pick yourself up and go at it again, you know.
And so today's about sending a statement whether it's good enough to win the group or not.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'll take each game as it comes, where I finish in the group. I probably would like to be there tomorrow night, just with Noah not being playing and good friends with Noah. So it would be a bit of company for her, not in the players' room, but and an easier group to get out of. But listen, Saturday night's still the main target, and hopefully I'll be there.
We wish you all the very best, Neil. Good luck.
Cheers, mate.
Well, Neil Duff has set his stall out for today, hoping for 5 wins from 5. And if he does that, he may just find himself top of the group and he may give himself a couple of days off. But Paul Lewis has been a dangerous customer for everybody so far this week. As I mentioned in the introduction to this match, he's beat each of the top three on Monday, or at the end of Monday's play yesterday. He's been picking up scalps everywhere he's gone and improving as the week goes along as well. He's been enjoying the experience, taking everything as it comes, but when it comes to experience scale in this group, there's not many that's got more than Neil Duff, the former WDF World Champion, now age 51 from Ballyclare in Northern Ireland, up against Paul Lewis, age 41. The hitman very much enjoying the week of his darting life so far, qualifying through the Yorkshire and Humberside ADC qualification structure, an ADC structure which Neil Duff has been a part of for the last year or so. Been playing a lot back in Northern Ireland, been playing the Championship Tour circuit. Didn't play last weekend and now outside the automatic qualification slots for the Championship Tour and the Global Championship come the end of the year.
Through first.
Paul Hinks, the man in charge of all the action, and Matthew Edgar, the man alongside me in the commentary box to talk about all of today's games.
And I am looking forward to every single one of these today, because this is going to be an intriguing and exciting group and an exciting day of action. Also, just want to give an early shout out as well to Bailey McKellar, who is joining us for the action today. Joining us, actually watching from hospital. Now that is commitment to the darts. Thank you for your company.
95.
Hope all is well with you.
Yeah, sending best wishes there. Paul Lewis has been a very awkward customer this week for opponents. One of those players that just hangs around in there. Maybe not always got the scoring power of his opponents, but when opportunities have knocked and arisen for him, he has been able to pick big players apart.
And this is the day. This is the day to stand up. This is the day to do it. And Neil Duff has been in this environment before. He has succeeded in this environment on many occasions, and that's what's exciting about today, because we've got so many players that are tried and tested, and then we've got an emerging player in Timothy Verbrugghe. We'll get to see what he can do under this sort of scrutiny. For me, I think Paul Lewis is going to be the thorn in the side of many of this pack today.
The architectural spoiler, but Duff looking to take out leg one on tops.
50.
Unable to do so.
154.
Well, yesterday, the first game of the session saw Timothy Verbrugghe hit 3 tub plus checkouts, but Paul Lewis isn't going to start the day with a 154, and so Duff will come back for double 10 to take the opening spoils. No mistake, 16 darter, not a bad way to kickstart the session for the former world champion.
Second leg, Paul through first. Game on.
And it's at this stage of the week, isn't it, where Neil really does come alive. He's found a way of just finding a way of improving incrementally day upon day.
And I think from the interview, one thing we can really learn or know here about Neil Duff
60.
Going into today is it's not all or nothing for him. He's eyeing up that Group B as a possibility as well, and sort of I'm here for the week sort of attitude. 59. And if I win today, it's a bonus, but actually, I'm more than happy with the Group B campaign, and there are a couple of debutants
85.
in that Group B as well, so maybe Neil Duff just looking at that and thinking, actually, there's quite a strong chance there of getting through this group.
180.
But Paul Lewis is also a debutant, and look what he can do, filling it up for the first time of the day. I'm sure we'll see plenty more maximums throughout the campaign as Paul Lewis continues to improve as the week goes on.
Paul, one of 4 debutants we're going to
59.
see this week, alongside Noelin van Leuven, Craig Galliano and Daniel Stevenson, who are playing Group C tomorrow afternoon from 1 o'clock. Paul Lewis hoping that he's playing the night session. He's going to need a good day today to do that. If he can find the 78, he'll square this contest up at 1 apiece, but he has missed the big number. He's opened up the door for Neil Duff to take out the 156, something Paul Lewis took out yesterday.
Another one of those. We left him the double 18, but that single one on the last visit there for Paul Lewis just felt a little bit rushed. It was quite a distance away, and he just became expectant of the big number.
20. Neil Lucar,
And
56.
you'll probably be expectant now at being 2-0 down because Neil Duff has been mopping these chances up all week.
Just wondering whether that first dart at tops is a help or hindrance.
Game
It was a
shown on the
massive
second
help.
leg. Neil Duff.
Duff 2-0 up. He gets the break of throw and in a comfortable suit in this contest.
Third leg, Neil to throw first.
Well, when we talk about
Game on.
experience, that is it there in a nutshell. Paul Lewis, I felt, rushed the dart at the single 20. He became expectant of it. Neil Duff, it was the
60.
passing of the dart between the two hands that sort of, it didn't grip it in the right place. And rather than throw it, he just stopped, took his time, re-gripped the dart at
59.
the position he wanted to, then hit the double. And that's the reason Neil Duff is 2-0 clear. And we've been talking all week, haven't we, about leg difference and can
80.
leg difference become a bit of a factor? At the moment, Jim McEwan running away with the leg factor, but if Neil Duff can post a big early victory here,
140.
it's not just the points, it's also those legs that could become so telling at the back end of the day. In a tight group like this, you're going to need a big win somewhere.
100.
Ideally, a big one against one of those that are challenging you for those top spots, but sometimes you can't pick and choose
96.
those particular things. But Duff will be happy enough with this, and Neil's one of those players that I think likes playing first in the respect that he's the type of player that likes to send a statement out.
60.
He likes the rest of the field to know that he is playing well.
We've just sat in the studio about 5 minutes ago and I said who's going to be the player to do that. That's what we want to see. That's what, as a player, I'd be thinking down there right now. Go in,
40.
hit hard. And that is a very hard and harsh situation there for Paul Lewis. The deflection, the bounce out, costing him the 20 points, costing him a chance at the finish. And it makes Neil Duff now favourite for the leg when
105.
not too long ago Paul Lewis was looking at a break.
Using every single ounce of his experience in this game, Neil
100.
Duff, to
Neil Lucar, 96.
find the ascendancies at the right times. Will he stay there or go double-double? Went double-double. The live dart 1 could have been handy for the treble with
56.
dart
Paul
2.
Lucar, 66.
Now this looks easy on numbers. 66 doesn't sound a lot, but it all relies on that first dart, which he has
Game
found.
shot on the third
And a
leg.
lovely,
Paul
clean,
Lewis.
crisp finish there for Paul Lewis to get the breaker throw. It's one of
Paul
those
Lewis
shots,
is first. Game
62
on.
is sort of the same, where it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you've missed that treble with the opening dart, you're only going to get one dart at the double. It's the same as
55.
a shot like a 102.
Well, Lewis with that break returns the game to throw.
140.
As far as this week is concerned for Paul, yesterday's average 82.18, which is an improvement of day 1 by 2 points. But the big improvement from day 1 to day 2 was his double stats. Day 1, 12 from 50, 24%.
83.
Yesterday, 14 from 35, 40% on the doubles. And that's why it yielded him the wins that it got him.
87.
3 wins from 5. And they were against the players who, in the end of Monday, were the top 3.
134. $99. Neil Lucar, 144.
What can Duff do the 144? Not take it out on this occasion. Paul Lewis has found some big shots at big times. And you get the sense he's going to have to find the
Paul
160
Lucar,
here.
160.
Wayward opening dart, and after he's done the hard work to
40.
get the breaker
Neil
throw,
Lucar,
Neil Duff
52.
maybe taking it straight back, and it's due to the brilliance of Duff here. Looking at a 14 dart leg again, just wipes the hand, makes sure that he sits
shot
and he
on the
gets the
fourth
grip
leg.
exactly
Neil
how he wants it, and again delivers the killer
Looks like
blow.
Neil to throw first. Game on.
Now has the darts to win the match.
I do really like the darts of Neil Duff. I wonder if he's going to incorporate this into a
121.
shirt as well, because we've seen Neil Duff wear shirts that resemble football shirts before. Today he's got his Glenn Durrant tribute shirt on as well.
140.
I wonder if he's going to get a nice little black and gold shirt. It'd be very unique. I can't think of anyone who plays in black and gold.
59.
Andrew Gilding? Ish?
I mean, ish is the strong word there, isn't it? If it is a word, is ish a word?
Let me have a look
44.
at the dictionary.
I thought you'd know that. You kind of are a walking dictionary. Beautiful first start there for Duff, inviting.
81.
Well, I can confirm it is in the dictionary. It's an adverb, and the definition is to some extent. And to some extent, Neil Duff is doing some
95.
real damage here. He'll move himself onto 12 points of a win. If he can win it 4-1, he'll be on +3 legs difference. And the next game is between Scott Taylor and Timothy Verbrugghe. So if Scott Taylor actually wins his next game,
82.
McEwan could put himself 4 points clear of everybody else with just 8 points left to play for. McEwan's one is
140.
Raman in the first game,
Liverpool
Duff in the second,
158.
and Lewis in the third. This is to win the match. Another one of them. Unlucky. Lewis back for 82 to bring it back to 3-2.
I can see why Duff's disappointed. I was sat here nodding along. I thought that was going to go. I thought he was going to get a dart at the
86.
double 19
Paul
there.
Ricard, 82.
But Paul Lewis expect to see him start on the bullseye. Oh no! Well, he went big, he went
62.
bold, he went brave,
Neil
he got the
Ricard,
treble,
72.
but couldn't find the double.
And now the curtain could come down on this encounter if Neil Duff can find tops.
Again, it's that grip, that transfer, and also this time the dart a little bit awkward in the board.
32. Paul Ricard,
It became
20.
a problem for him. And he could have another problem here if Paul Lewis can pin the double 10. We go back
Being
to
shown the
3-2,
fifth flag,
and Lewis
Paul
is going to have
Lewis.
the darts to send us all the way to a decider.
6 flag Paul to throw first. Game on.
This has felt a little bit like Neil Duff's week. In the extent of he's had chances, he's had opportunities to do good things,
48.
but then those chances have been passed by. It was interesting, I was speaking to him this
60.
morning, and I said yesterday, did you feel like there was points left on the board? He felt that both days there were points left on the board.
85.
Do you know what? I reckon you'll never interview a dart player that doesn't think that there's something
60.
left. He could have won all of his games, and he'll probably tell you he should have won them 4-0. Things you can learn about dart players, Henry, over the coming years.
180.
We said expect to see a few more 180s. That's the second of the game, and they're both registered by Paul Lewis.
100.
Looks, feels like this game is going to go the distance.
And credit to Paul Lewis, because at 3-1, it looked like Duff was running away with this
85.
tie, but Paul Lewis doing what Paul Lewis has done all week, and that's stick in matches. And Neil Duff, as you can tell, is just getting more and more frustrated with himself.
50.
Paul Lewis has to take this
Paul
opportunity
Ricard,
here.
103.
And he's got a chance at the 103 to take us to a deciding leg. He's not going to get the treble 17, although he has got a couple of goes to
67.
clean this leg up, and he's going to leave himself on double 18 upon his return.
I mean, we spoke a lot about who's going to win this group, but there's a lot on this for Paul Lewis
38.
as well.
Paul
As he
Ricard,
comes to
36.
try and level the game up at here with the double 18. Switch over to double 9. Does have time on his
Getting
side,
shown on
goes
the sixth
straight
leg,
for it and
Paul Lewis.
hits. Now, we're speaking about what this means for Duff,
7 and
Verbrugghe,
final leg. Neil
Taylor,
to throw
McEwan.
first. Game on.
However, Paul Lewis's chance of winning this group is pretty much gone, but he could still get himself into a Group B campaign. And let's not forget what the goal was for Paul Lewis at the start of the week.
43.
He says, I want to play well enough to be considered for automatic selection. On decision day like this, when all the eyes are on those
40.
top players, imagine getting a win against Neil Duff. But that, again, harsh scenario for Paul Lewis. His second bounce out of the game, but that one at a crucial time. Because it means that he wasn't able to punish the mistake of
96.
Neil Duff, who saves the visit with the big last.
Well, if Paul Lewis wins this game, Not just would he have beaten 2 former Super Series champions this week, he would have then beaten a WDF World Champion. It's not a
45.
bad list of scouts to have.
Does that then start to put him in that conversation of what he came here to achieve?
I think I've seen worse players get a second invite than Paul.
54.
However, it's such a tough and rigorous selection process these days because the pool of quality players just gets bigger and bigger. And
100.
yesterday at the Players' Championship, I know different type of environment, but the same example exists in the fact that 3 of the 4 semi-finalists were non-tour card holders.
Oh, there's some frustration.
39.
Neil Duff. Not surprised because he's allowing Paul Lewis back into this leg.
24.
Neither of them taking advantage. Neither of them, after 12 darts, finding their best. This is a sign of what this day brings. It's decision day.
47.
It's nervy day. But this would be a time for a 140. This would be perfect time for a 140.
140.
Textbook darts from Paul Lewis, who just puts his nose in front coming into the finishing line. Neil Duff, you feel, needs to find a treble that have eluded him for the last 9 darts.
And one of them leaves himself on a 2-darter. That's exactly what he does.
152.
But we've seen that he's capable of this sort of range of finish.
140. Neil the
He's left himself on a double, but is he going to get a go? Neil Duff, 82 for the match. He's going to get a dart. A double top. The double that won him a world title. It's the
Game
double
shown
that
in the
wins
match,
him
Neil
this
Duff.
match. It's the double that keeps his hopes of winning the group alive. He had to work for that in the end. Neil Duff had raced into a 3-1 lead. Paul Lewis took him all the way to a deciding leg, as he's seemingly done to everybody this week. But it's Neil Duff with that 140 turn to leave himself on a 2-darter and then take out the 82 to win by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, Scott Taylor takes on Timothy Verbrugghe. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Neil Duff get the better of Paul Lewis in a last leg decider 4-3. Duff pinning Tots to get over the line in that particular encounter. Puts him onto 12 points in the group, and that's exactly the mark that Scott Taylor wants to move himself on. You know, you were talking about players that don't ever wear black and gold shirts. Look what Scott Taylor's wearing today, Matt.
That's not gold, that's yellow.
Nice to see he's trying to blend in with the stage. He takes on the Belgian Timothy Verbrugghe, who's been a standout player this week. But this man knows what it's like to climb the Everest of this competition. Former series champion up against Verbrugghe. Both players similar age, but at different ends of the experience scale. But so far this week, it's been Timothy who really has stood out. Now, in terms of moving on from Monday to Wednesday and how the odds compilers really have had to change gear with
41.
Timothy. Before dart was thrown in anger in this group, Timothy was the 25-1 outsider of the 6 players. This morning, he was quoted
58.
as second favourite with the bookies at 4-1 behind the 1-2 favourite Jim McEwan to claim Group A glory and to have
59.
the couple of days off on Thursday and Friday. Actually, they're also reflected in the week's betting, where of the 12 players, he was the outsider at 33-1. His odds are
60.
more than halved. He's now 12-1 with the bookies to go on and win the week. And if you really do like the look of Timothy, then I'd grab them odds now, because I think they're going to
85.
shorten and shorten as the week goes along. He really has been mightily impressive. But I suppose the question we ask again today is the question that we asked
60.
yesterday. How long can he keep this good run of form going against a man in Scott Taylor for whom it hasn't gone to plan so far this week? And for a player like
59.
Scott, when he's had a couple of days like he's had, you expect a bit of a reaction from him.
Yeah, I do. I think we're going to get a good Scott Taylor today. I think this is the day he's going to potentially
41.
play the darts that people want to see. I don't think there's a week go by here that I sit commentating on the Super Series and I don't see someone
45.
in the chat mention Scott Taylor, and they can't wait to see Scott Taylor back here because he is so highly regarded amongst the viewers of this product. It's just not turned up as of yet this week, and
121.
slow start again and a shake of the head. And this is something that sort of looked like it was eking out of the game of Scott Taylor when he started to find that grimace and that snarl.
55. Timothy Car,
But he's looking
161.
very despondent with himself.
Well, this was a finish that Timothy took out to win his first leg yesterday. He took it out twice
57.
on Tuesday, the 161 as one of
57.
2 of 5 tub plus checkouts. Taylor looking at the 157, but that's not going to go. And so
97. Timothy Car, 104.
this would be for Timothy's 8th ton plus checkout of the week. But the 104 isn't going to go, and so Taylor is going to get an opportunity to
56.
take out this
Slaughter car,
opening leg.
60.
Should be a couple in hand at tops. It will be a couple in hand at tops.
20.
But it doesn't
Timothy
go,
McCarr,
and so Timothy's
48.
got the break opportunity on 48. Now he gets a couple of goes at the double. The double of choice, double 16.
shot on the
And
first
he only
leg,
needed the
Timothy
1 to
Verbrugghe.
break the throw with the former champion and to lead 1-0.
Second leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
I've really, really enjoyed Timothy Verbrugghe, and what a day he had yesterday. Average of nearly
140.
92. That comes down to the amount of maximums he was hitting and the big finishes.
75.
Most notably those two 161 finishes.
Well, there was a near 10-point gap between the pair in terms of the averages yesterday. Verbrugghe
140.
91.93 average, Taylor 82.64. But the
96.
doubles for Scott, and he won't mind me saying this because he's very honest about his appraisal of things, were way below par for a player his quality. 22%, 12 from
41.
53. Whereas for Timothy, including those 5 ton plus checkouts, 17 from 41 on the outer ring, 41%
84.
on the doubles.
mentioned it earlier in regards to Scott Taylor. And he won't mind
85.
us saying that it has been under par, it's been under standard. You mentioned there the 10-point difference in the average. If you told me before this week started there'd be a 10-point difference in the average between these two players, I'd say
40.
yeah.
Timothy Carr, 95.
But I'd expect it the other way round on the evidence of what we've seen before. But I guess that's the good thing about live sport. It doesn't matter what happened before, it's about what happens in front of us. And
Game shot on
Verbrugghe
the second leg.
continues
Timothy Verbrugghe.
to find that bullseye. It makes you wonder if he
Third leg, Scott
plays
to
a lot
serve
of
first. Game
cricket
on.
or if he plays a lot of sort of soft tip darts, because I'd say he's hitting the bullseye more than any double on the board.
29.
Coming up clutch in the big moments. He's 2-0 to the good and wins this game. Moves on to 14 points ahead of Jim McEwan up against Brian
100.
Raman. McEwan, who began the day with a 2-point lead at the top of the table.
180.
Well, Scott Taylor getting his first maxi of the day.
97.
We
41.
mentioned this yesterday, didn't we? That you look at Group C over the next couple of days, there could be a couple of real big hitters in there. Brian Raman looks as if he may be in Group C on Thursday and Friday.
140.
But to have a former champion in Group C would be a big story. It would be big news in these four walls.
$34. Timothy Carr, 164.
Well, this is 6 darts at 164 for a double breaker throw.
100.
This isn't because Tim's playing exceptional darts, he's playing good darts, he's running at the mid-80s. Scott Taylor,
55.
He's running
Timothy Carr, 64.
mid-60s. And still 6 darts for Timothy Verbrugghe.
32.
He probably can't believe how easy he's having it here.
100. Timothy Carr,
Radar's
32.
been off kilter for the former champion. And Timothy's just doing what he needs to do. Double 16 again. However,
16.
can't afford to pass
Scott Carr,
opportunities by.
62.
And this is sometimes what you need as a player. You just need that moment where someone misses something like that against you. And you just steal a leg.
22. Timothy Carr, 16.
He's put that on the top wire. He's not been able to do so. Verbrugghe, a chance for the double breaker throw.
Game shot on the third leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
They're the moments I've been talking about where I say that Verbrugge's not been tried and
Fourth leg,
tested
Timothy
yet
Verbrugghe
under
first.
this sort of
Game on.
scrutiny. And I would dare say when we saw him last time, he would have missed that opportunity, especially when it comes to the last dart in hand, because then you start to feel that little bit of panic, especially when you've already missed 5 darts or
60.
6 darts, in fact, like he just did.
$135.
If Taylor wins that leg, brings it back to 2-1, even though he's playing way below par. You give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
100.
Well, I was quite surprised looking at the odds. 1-6 on Verbrugghe, despite the
23.
fact that he's 3-0 ahead. That's slightly gone out with the bounce out there of Scott Taylor, but you'd think the way that Scott Taylor's playing here that the bookies may be running for cover, but they continue to have the faith
100.
in Scott Taylor based on what he's done here before.
He really could burn the bookies this week, Timothy, the way he's been playing.
137.
If you judged him based on the odds on Monday morning, he would have been an absolute no-hoper in people's opinions. But he's done his task, and he has
54.
done it incredibly well.
Well, let's be frank with it. If we was judging it on the odds, Scott Taylor would already have qualified by now.
174.
He was 11 to 10 on to win this group at the beginning of play. Matter of fact, even though they didn't have faith in him in terms of winning the group. They still had faith in him to win the week.
95, Scott the car
He was
32.
still the favourite to go on and lift the trophy on Saturday night. 12-5 favourite with the bookies this morning. I think those odds are going to go out as his hopes of winning the group could be extinguished here if he doesn't find the double 16
score.
because
Through the
Verbrugghe
car,
is back for
92.
92 for the match.
He's been poor in the opening game, Scott Taylor, for the last 2 days, and it's going to be 3 days in a row, but he could be punished severely. We'll get another chance
60.
at the double
Scott
here.
the car 32.
Scott Taylor,
Game shot on the fourth
nothing is
leg,
coming
Scott
easy
Taylor.
for him, but he's still in the game. He's still got a chance.
Fifth leg,
And that
Scott
is
to
the
third
hope
first.
that he's
Game
got.
on.
You'd rather have a slim hope than no hope.
More like it. Much more like it.
180.
Again, let's be very frank with things at the moment. Verbrugge's not exactly lighting the world up here at the
78.
moment. He's averaging 77. If Scott Taylor can begin to raise it, we could see him race through the gears and pull this game
39.
back very, very quickly. If it does go to a deciding leg, Taylor would have the advantage of throw. So much so, the odds compilers only giving you 2 to 1 on
140.
Scott Taylor. They still believe.
Maybe they knew something we didn't.
86.
Well, they know what Scott Taylor's capable of. A man who's lifted the biggest prize in this room. But Verbrugghe now starting to
180.
find the consistency around the treble 20 once again. A massive 180 there to leave him a 1 treble outshot.
95. Timmy the car 103.
For the match and to put himself level on points with Jim McEwan at the top of the table. He's not going to take the 103 to do it right
55.
here, right now, and now he
Scott the car
hopes that
101.
Taylor can't take out the 101.
Verbrugge's going to get match darts
77.
for a
Timmy the
big
car 48.
4-1 victory on decision day.
It's
Game
tops.
shot on the match.
It's
Timothy
a win
Verbrugghe.
for Timothy. He gets the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 1, and it means that he's level on points with Jim McEwan at the top of the table. It wasn't a pretty display, but he's got the job done. That's all he'll worry about. For Scott Taylor, well, there was signs of improvement at the back end of the game, but it was a performance to forget for the former champion. Coming up after the break, Brian Raman takes on Jim McEwan. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth on this Wednesday morning at the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Timothy Verbrugghe get the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 1 with an average of 81.5, 40% on the doubles. Next up for us, we're going to watch Jim McEwan and Brian Raman in action here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Now, this is the battle of the bookenders in the table. McEwan beginning of the day top of the pile. The man in your picture there starting the day bottom of it. But there were signs of improvement yesterday for the Belgian, who's still on that long road to recovery following a shoulder operation earlier on in the year. Up against McEwan, Series 5 champion, the 57-year-old from Maybole in Scotland, for whom he's top of the table but been nowhere near the peak of his powers so far this week. But it says a lot about a player with Jim's quality that he hasn't played to his best, but is still the player to beat.
Well, we've looked at a couple of players this morning who we've been discussing. Neil Duff
First leg, Brian
stumbling over the
first.
line against Paul Lewis.
Game on.
Scott Taylor going down to Timothy Verbrugghe. So Jim McEwan, the next one of the players in the big conversation for the top position to take to the
56.
hockey. But one of the things I've noticed about Jim McEwan is he's looked very fidgety at times this week. And already signs of that fidgetiness. Is that a word, fidgetiness? Going
I'll
on
give it.
back at stage.
100.
Well, he admitted yesterday, didn't he, in his interview before play got underway, that for the first time in a while he really felt nerves coming on the stage, and he's come into this week a little bit quiet because the darts he has played are a
95.
lot more local and not as frequent as usual.
Yeah, I just noticed he keeps rubbing his eye. Now, one of the things that can happen when you do get nervy is the eyelid just starts to flicker. And it's a really
100.
frustrating thing for a dart player because obviously it starts to obscure your vision.
60.
He's up against a player with pedigree in Brian Raman, but hasn't really shown too much of it so far this week. But we know it's in there, and that's one of the hard things when you're playing a player like Brian Raman
125.
and they're not quite playing at their best. You're always just a little bit on edge, a little bit uncertain of what's going to come.
60.
Sometimes it's better to play those players when you know what's coming, you know what's certain, you know they're going to hit, you know they're going to play well. Because then you don't start trying to cherry pick out the opportunities. A strong start here from McEwan.
140.
Double 18 after 12 darts.
Well, this is what we
100.
expected,
Jimmy
weren't we,
Carr,
from one of the
36.
big name players, a statement start. McEwan could have exactly that here. Break
Yeah,
a
he's showing
throw
the
in
first leg, Jim
13.
McEwan.
McEwan is up and running into some tune.
Second leg, Jim did through first. Game on.
He would have seen the first two results and thought, okay, yes, Timothy won, but there's a real opportunity for me to really stake a claim, stake a stranglehold early on.
100. 45.
As for Brian, I was having a little bit of a chat with him this morning before play got underway, and he says he's feeling better. Last time he was here, it was just off the back of the surgery he had,
81.
and it just never really felt settled on the stage. And he just felt yesterday as if he was just becoming a little bit more at home. He was playing with a bit more of a flow and a
96.
freedom. Those little bit of those little niggles in the shoulder are still there at times, and particularly towards the back end of days, but he feels like he's in a better place of the game. He's throwing well again, and he just hopes that it yields into tangible
83.
results.
Yeah, I had a chat with him this morning about his plans. His plans are to be here for the ADC Global
100.
Championship. He's also going to be looking at a couple more WDF events at the moment, not currently on course for Lakeside, but he will have the Open qualifier coming up after the World Masters and the World Open over in Budapest later on this year in October.
140.
So, still opportunity that we may see him at Lakeside, and that could make a very interesting December. Because if he's in the Global Championship and he's in Lakeside,
45.
he's
Jim Carr,
going to get 2
97.
attempts at a very sizable prize pot.
Could be £75,000 better off in 2 weeks, potentially.
Get yourself a few Christmas presents with that.
57.
Little side note here, we are 175 days away from Christmas.
You and Phil Bars
60.
income tomorrow is going to be
Junior
fun.
car 40.
Tots of McEwan. Double 10.
Game
2-0
shown in the
McEwan.
second leg. Jim McEwan.
Doesn't Phil
Third leg
Bars
Brandon through
have
first. Game
one
on.
of those, you know, usually you have like advent calendars or those countdown watches to Christmas. Don't you just have it like 365 days?
I think Bars is putting his tree up tomorrow, I heard.
100. $137. $55.
That wayward dart could be crucial in regards to this leg, and Raman trying to hold his throw because that now means a 180 non-effective. Makes Jim McEwan the favourite. 180 would leave 166, which leaves no finish.
140.
Especially when McEwan finds 2 trebles. And it's just those tiny little margins when you're dealing with a high-performance game. Because this is a very high-performance
85.
game for McEwan. Average just shy of 104 at the moment. Significantly the best performance we've seen from McEwan all week. Certainly in her first game. This game number 1 for McEwan, he averaged 78 on Monday and 83 yesterday.
123.
Looks like he's going to hit the ground running today and really heed that sort of warning that we put out at the start of the day,
60.
saying
Junior
who's going
car
to stand up and be
101.
counted. Jim McEwan is saying, it's me, lads.
And Raman can't do anything about this. It's an onslaught from Chucky. He's not going to find a ton plus out here, mind.
57.
But he does this thing, Jim, where he plays well, but he makes it look routine. And then it's only when we look up
41.
at our
Jimmy Carr,
stats screen here in the
44.
commentary box, do you think, oh, wow, this is a great performance.
It's always the case with a slow, methodical player. They go under the radar sometimes.
Getting shot on the third leg. Jim McEwan.
That's the beauty of having a stat screen. We can tell you this is a solid
leg Jimmy through
performance.
first.
Average of
Game
100.
on.
He's been running over that 3 figures for the majority of the game. He's got the double breaker throw. Only feels like this is going one direction.
He's flying. He
180.
really is flying at the beginning of the day.
Well, I said it's only going one direction. He didn't know this was beautiful.
81.
As for a man on the other side of the coin, there's going to be
100.
more to do for him ahead of his game against Timothy in match 6. Lewis and Taylor will follow this one, and it doesn't look like it's going to be too long as Raman finally finds his radar.
This will be concerning for the rest
94.
of the practice room as well, because McEwan's already got a leg advantage, he's got a point advantage. He could extend the point advantage, but also strongly extend the leg advantage here if he's able to get
90.
this done with
Jimmy
the
Carr,
hinks.
127.
Will it be 8 legs clear in legs difference, which is a whole round of matches worth of legs difference? And McEwan looking to win the game with the 1-2-7. He sees the man's on a finish. He knows he has to take it out, and he's going to get a dart in hand, a double 8 to do exactly that, to
Game
finish
shot of the
off
match,
in
Jim
sumptuous
McEwan.
style. The Super Scot has sent a statement out to the field. Jim McEwan with a flourishing 4-0 win against Brian Raman, doing so with an average of 105.5. 4 from 6 on his doubles, including the 1-2-7, We said he was top of the table without getting out of 5th gear. Well, he's in the groove now, isn't he? What a result, what a win. It is advantage Jim McEwan after round 1. Round 2 will begin in earnest with Paul Lewis up against Scott Taylor. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jim McEwan sent a statement out to the rest of the field. The highest average of the week, 105.47 in a 4-0 demolition of Brian Raman, finishing off with 1-2-7 to win the game. Next up for us, it's the beginning of round 2. It's Scott Taylor and Paul Lewis go toe-to-toe. Both players losing their opening games. Lewis going down 4-3 to Neil Duff, while Scott Taylor was defeated 4-1 by Timothy Verbrugghe in what was a below-par performance from the former champion. As a matter of fact, Paul Lewis lost 4-3 to Neil Duff with an average 11 points higher than that of his opponent right here,
Looks like Paul
right now.
first.
And Paul has already had a win
Game on.
against Scott Taylor this week. That came yesterday in a 4-3 success, nailing a 105 in the last leg, decided
100.
to pose the former champion. One of 2 champions that he beat yesterday. Also got the better of Jim McEwan, but was unable to beat the former Lakeside champ, Neil
93.
Duff. But there was some real concerning signs regarding Scott
99.
Taylor in that first game.
Yeah, the performance just hasn't been there, has it, for Scott Taylor? Certainly in match number 1, he's really struggled in the opening game, and
134.
you feel now with Jim McEwan hitting 16 points that maybe his chance of winning this group has already gone, because he's going to need McEwan to lose
43.
pretty much all of his games now for the rest of the day, and the man's just put in the best performance of the week so far. So it does seem a
42.
little unlikely. However, still a possibility. And whenever there's that possibility, there's a little bit of hope.
59. $100.
You get the sense at some point Scott Taylor will just hit absolute anger mode, and when Scott Taylor is a little bit miffed off about things, he
121.
finds his best
Shot the car,
start sometimes.
132.
It's that thing though, are you
60.
throwing angry?
Paul the car, 79.
And throwing angry doesn't always work.
57.
Throwing
Scott the
angry
car,
can very quickly
72.
lead to throwing disappointed. It's throwing aggressive, controlled aggression. At the
32.
moment, you feel
Paul the
like
car, 22.
that frustration is dictating Scott Taylor rather than Scott Taylor dictating the frustration.
Double 11 for Paul Lewis. Doesn't let the
Green shot on the
opportunity
first
pass
leg,
him
Paul
by.
Lewis.
Gets it last starting hand into the bottom corner. 1-0
Scott
Lewis.
to third first. Game on.
And it has to be the last starting hand. The one that hurts the most. When you think you might be getting that opportunity again to come back to the
41.
board. Although, it's Scott Taylor in that mode where even if he does come back to the board, he's still not quite sure if he's going to get the job done.
42.
There doesn't seem to be too much belief right now in the demeanour of Scott Taylor, and the man who was strong odds-on favourite to win this group could end up in a
82.
Group C campaign here. Although you'd make him a favourite for that Group C campaign, despite what
100.
we've seen from him here in Group A.
A very interesting Group C as well. And even though we don't know the 3 players are going to drop out from Group A into Group C,
140.
I recommend everybody to keep an eye on Terry Nash, because the last time he played here, he played well, but was involved in a
45.
very, very tough group. He can play, and if some of the big hitters are slightly off kilter, he could do some damage.
140.
Although we've also got to remind you of the Graham Usher
45.
situation.
Scott
Remember the
Car,
week Graham
98.
Usher was here and he struggled in his Group A campaign, ended up winning the week still. Finished bottom of the group, winning about 2 matches, didn't he, Graham Usher?
58.
Well, it became a bit of a trend, didn't it, where players finished bottom of Group A and then won the week. Kieran Team did it the week before, the first Saturday that we played here. It was a bit of a
137. Scott Car,
whiffy
40.
first group.
Getting shot on the second leg. Scott
But Taylor levels up, 1-1.
Third leg, Paul to throw first. Game on. $97.
Got a good switch in him, hasn't he, Paul Lewis, when he's moving down to the 19s, finding that with a lot of success.
100.
It's always nice to have that secret weapon in the arsenal, on the toolbox.
46.
The danger, though, is you can become very notable of it. You can become very noticeable that you're hitting the treble 19 on that cover shot,
121.
and sometimes just go to it a little bit too quickly.
180.
A little bit of a celebration there for Paul Lewis on the back of that Max.
135.
There's the eyes, there's the focus, that's the face of the man that won in this place.
48.
Scott Taylor.
Scott the Car, 145.
All of a sudden, the demeanour has just changed.
He has absolutely
89.
had enough
Paul
of
the Car,
faffing around.
130.
Lewis is going to have to take this out. He may take it out. Bullseye. You cannot net the little
105. Scott the
fish,
Car,
but Taylor now
56.
is looking oh so more likely.
$16. Paul the Car, 25.
Presents another opportunity here to Paul Lewis, who has 2 darts in his hand, a double 8 for a 2-1 lead.
9.
But he's
Scott the Car,
giving his
40.
opponent opportunities.
There are opportunities you can't afford to present this man. But they're a long way off.
Game shot on the
You
third
knew
leg.
it
Scott
just
Taylor.
had to be with the last one in hand.
Fourth leg, Scott to throw first.
But signs in that leg that Scott Taylor is
Game on.
just finding a little bit of focus. It's when that lip starts to quiver, isn't it? It starts to
100.
curl up in the corner of the mouth. That's when you can really see Scott Taylor just tuning into the task.
84.
Well, certain players have certain reads, don't they? They said with Raymond van Barneveld it was that eye of the tiger. With John Part it was a snarl. You knew he was in
98.
the mood. And Scott Taylor had something very reminiscent. The quiver of that bottom lip. If he is biting that, then you know that his teeth is literally and metaphorically stuck into proceedings.
64.
You have to say the turnaround,
114.
even from leg one in this game, has been quite mesmeric.
And what's interesting is
84.
we're able to pinpoint the exact moment as well where we sort of expected it to turn. It just looked all of a sudden like a different player was on there. It was like there was a Scott Taylor imposter up there in Scott Taylor disguise, and we just whipped him off stage and put the real Scott Taylor up.
54.
Well, can the real Scott Taylor please stand up? Well, double 14 leaves double 13.
Gone for the big 14 there, trying to leave tops.
28.
Does have a little bit of a time on his side.
$58. Scott the car, 26.
This could be awkward.
Game
We
shot on the
could
fourth
find it
leg,
first
Scott
start
Taylor.
and leave the dramas out of the equation. And from 1-0 down, it looks
Fifth
as
leg,
if
Paul to
things
throw
weren't going
first. Game
well
on.
for him. He's now 3-1 up, Scott Taylor, and in cruise control of this match.
And in regards to the averages and the numbers, there's a significant difference
60.
between the two that goes across a block of darts. So Scott Taylor a visit better than his opponent here.
41. $55.
A few wayward darts here though for Paul Lewis. That's just maybe a sign of a little bit fatigue. He's probably not played this much darts across this many days at
95.
the moment, and there's just a little bit of lift coming into the throw now, a little bit of shoulder engagement, which is going to cause him to go left and right. That one good, straight through to the board, but again, you could see it in the fingers and the hand.
123.
A little bit of rotation.
$93.
You could almost see it there that he's feeling where the problem is as he approached the board there. A little bit of a rotation of the shoulder.
51.
As he again loses the light. The shoulder is becoming the problem for Paul Lewis here. Shoulder engagement.
42.
I suppose the question is, because of his lack of experience, is how much will he know about that being the specific problem? Well, doesn't look like it's a problem here.
177.
Decided to move away because he didn't like the treble 20 bed, and so the treble 19 will leave himself on a single to double.
140. Polo car, 35.
Double 16. Now up for 2-8s. To bring
Game
it back
shot
to
on the fifth
3-2.
leg, Paul
How
Lewis.
good has Paul Lewis been last start in hand today?
How good
Six
has he
legs
been last
Scott
start
to
in
throw
hand all
first.
week?
Game
He's
on.
issued out a little bit of a punishment at times with that last start, but he's got to find a breaker throw from somewhere. And when I talk about that shoulder issue,
77.
well, that was harsh, wasn't it? That was actually on target, on point. But it's one of those things that's not a consistent, it's an inconsistent issue, which obviously makes you start to
40.
feel that inconsistency and you wonder where it's coming from. See, lost a lie again with the opening dart. That'll be the concerning thing. It's okay missing,
84.
but you want to miss staying straight. It's when you start going left and right that you start to get concerned with the action.
137.
Well, suddenly this game's seesawing again. Or is it?
140. $81.
Beautiful first start there for Taylor.
140.
He's put himself in a very good position to get his first points and just keep his hopes alive, however slim they may be.
83. Scotty car 60.
The powers of recovery have been strong in Scott, and he has a couple of darts at tops. Now double 15.
30.
And now he hopes Lewis hasn't got a haymaker.
160.
Well, he's took out a 156 already this week. That was a similar sort of combination, but the 160's not going to go. And Taylor,
60.
another
Scotty
chance
car 30.
for the points.
Double 15.
Game shot on the
To
match,
wrap
Scott
up,
Taylor.
a well-deserved win in the end for Scott Taylor. It was a slow start, but goodness me, did he get better towards the victory post. There was some more encouraging signs. Still looking to get into top groove, but there were more encouraging moments for him there. 4-2 win against Paul Lewis. It'll feel like there were 2 points that passed him by. Coming up after the break, Jim McEwan and Neil Duff go toe-to-toe.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He was nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg. Game shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but
Andreas
it's a
Harrison.
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Scott Taylor got the better of Paul Lewis by 4 legs to 2. That moves him on to 12 points, but it's all about Jim McEwan right here, right now. 16 points to his name. A win here against Neil Duff, and he'll move 4 points clear of Timothy Verbrugghe at the top of the table. And if he loses to Brian Raman, well, you'd sense that it is now all pretty much over, and Chucky will be progressing through to Saturday night's final at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But Neil Duff, as we know, such a difficult customer, won his first game against Paul Lewis by 4 legs to 3. Not his best performance. However, he'll be happy enough with the win, and there was a real sign of improvement yesterday. Actually, Neil Duff,
Looks like
outside
Jimmy
of Timothy,
first.
had the best numbers
Game on.
of everybody. His running average for the day yesterday, 88.66. 18 hits on 42 double attempts. That equates to 42%. And if there was one area where Jim McEwan was fallible yesterday,
24.
it was on the outer ring. 27% he was on his doubles, but his first performance, he played like a dream. 105.47 average, including the 127 to win the game
100.
in a 4-0 dismantling of the Belgian Brian Raman.
$29.
Well, he started his opening game very well, didn't he? 105.47. And now he started 24.
100.
29. Scored just 53 points in his opening 6 starts. Neil Duff being invited into a breaker throne.
There's actually a 75-point gap in the averages. I know it's very early days.
125.
Shake of the head there for McEwan is probably because he feels like the damage has already been done in this leg and he's maybe gifting it to Neil Duff. He needs Duff to make a mistake.
70.
Well, there's a mini mistake, but it's only a mistake if McEwan can bang in a couple of big trebles.
Well, the frustration is that Jim McEwan has just basically invited Neil Duff to take the darts off him right from the get-go.
134.
Or has he? Has that last visit, those last couple of visits, just stemmed the tide of his opening leg? And the frustration will be now in the other direction because Neil Duff knows that Jim McEwan started off so poorly in this
13.
leg, but yet has allowed him to get back into the swing of things. And suddenly, after opening scores of 24 and 29, Jim McEwan has 6 starts to win this first leg. And since then, he's been nigh on perfect. He's left himself
165.
double 12. It's a great recovery act from Chucky.
We've heard of the day of 2 halves, the game of 2 halves. I've never heard of the leg of 2 halves before.
54. Jimmy Carr, 24.
Jim McEwan starting this game like he was down the dog and duck.
Getting shot on the first
And
leg.
he's finished
Jim
the
McEwan.
game as if he was on the Alexandra Palace stage.
Second leg nailed it through first. Game on.
That is one of the strangest 16 dart legs you will ever see in your life.
$100. $58. $100.
Well, the one thing that leg did is it'll never make Neil Duff feel comfortable in a situation again in this game with Jim McEwan. I say Neil Duff play Neil Duff.
121.
To be fair, we have seen occasions on the big stage where the players' biggest nemesis have been themselves, but I don't think Neil Duff is suffering from that right now.
To be fair, I think
60.
the majority of players would tell you the same thing, that a lot of the time the biggest opponent is beating themselves. The hardest demon to conquer at times. But Jim McEwan has been his biggest opponent this week. He's been shaking his head, he's been uncertain, he's not been feeling good, he says.
121.
And he's
Jim
looking like
McCall,
he's putting that
142.
to rest.
1-4-2 for McEwan to double his lead. Not going to go. And so Duff to rescue throw. May have to climb the ladder. Remember, big way through leg 1. It looked like Duff was a
62.
certainty
Neil
to
McCall,
break Chucky. He could find
120.
himself 2-0 down if he doesn't take this out. And he's not going to with this particular visit. And so McEwan,
80.
who since
Jimmy
his opening
Carr,
couple of
80.
visits has been nigh on perfect. Actually, his average is just under 99. This could be a 14 darter.
60.
Not
Neil
to
Carl,
be, and so
40.
Duff comes back for tops to square up. Surely. Surely.
No score. Jim Carr, 20.
McEwan is reprieved. 2 10s for 2-0. Double 5.
Game shot
In
on
it
the
goes.
second leg.
And
Jim
McEwan doubles his advantage in this contest after Duff
Third
snuffed
leg,
3
Jimmy to
chances at
first.
tops.
Game on.
There were 3 well-thrown darts, wasn't they? And that was why we had that smile and that sort of reaction from Neil Duff. The first 2 darts couldn't have been any closer.
93.
I like that use of the board there from Jim McEwan.
100.
It's decision day in darts today, isn't it? Not just here at the Super Series in regards to who's going to win the group, who's going to be in Group B and who's going to be in Group C.
122.
But we're also going to have the confirmation of the World Match Play field by the end of the day. Currently, James Wade occupying that final
59.
qualifying position. He was in big danger. Nearly missing out for the first time since 2006, but he's looking in a strong position now.
Yeah, Kevin Dewitt's slipping out of 16th spot. Gonna have to have a big run today to oust Wade.
Well, the big runs yesterday from players you'll see here at the Super Series on a regular basis. Cam Crabtree reaching the semi-finals
60.
yesterday.
Jim Carr, 146.
Player who very narrowly missed out on winning a series. Wesley Plazia reaching the final. Emmanuel Sia regularly, and for me, one of the best players without a tour card, Andy Bolton, also
90.
semi-finalist. 3 of the 4 semi-finalists, Super Series regulars.
3 of those 4 players haven't played in this series. And I can actually say that a
43.
couple of those
Jim Carr,
players may be
56.
playing one another in this Super series. Tots and McEwan for 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third leg.
14
Jim
darter,
McEwan.
3-0 McEwan. Averaging 95.94.
Fourth
He
leg,
hasn't
Neil
dropped a
to
leg
first.
yet
Game
today.
on.
He's in dreamland, is Chucky.
$100. $100. $100. $140.
140 for McEwan. Just about has a slight slender advantage in this leg. That
60.
slender advantage could be a bigger advantage now.
Well, there's one thing about Jim McEwan, he's yet to taste a leg in defeat so far today. He won 4-0 in his opening game against Brian Raman. He's 121 points away from really standing up and being counted. It's what we asked at the start of the day. Who's going to be able to do that? Who's going to stand up? McEwan could win the opening 8 legs he's played. When you're looking at the qualities against Brian Raman and Neil Duff, you'd be brave to have predicted that.
But he took that 1-2-1 out. He would have guaranteed back-to-back tub plus averages to start the day.
Neil Carr, 146.
You hadn't had one of them all week prior to this morning's action getting underway.
98. Jim Carr, 68.
So this is for the match, and this is for another 4-0 win. And McEwan really is beginning to run away with this. 1 dart in hand. At tops. Jim McEwan's magic, and he's the leader of the pack. As for Neil Duff, well, Following that first win, looks like his chances are come and gone. But for Jim McEwan, 8 legs played, 8 legs won, 96.97 the average, 4 from 7 on the doubles, and it is looking like it's beginning to become a possession for the Scot. Well, he'll be pretty much there if Brian Raman beats Timothy Verbrugghe after this short break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jim McEwan got the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to nil. Another superb performance from the Scot, averaging 96.97, 4 from 7 on the checkouts, and he's yet to drop a leg so far today. And so, for Timothy Verbrugghe, he needs to beat Brian Raman to keep any chances of qualifying through alive. If Raman can seal the win here, then McEwan will have the opportunity against Paul Lewis to pretty much get the job done. It's the all-Belgian battle in our 6th game of the day. And it is a battle so far this week, which has been dominated
100.
by Timothy. He's won both matches and conceded just 1 leg in both of those particular
59.
ties. It was an impressive performance yesterday. Well, it was just impressive all day yesterday, wasn't he? 91.09 average and a 4-0 success. 4 from 7 on the doubles, including a 1-2-1 checkout in there.
100.
Whilst on Monday, both players were just warming to the task. In fact, Timothy missed 12 darts at a double in the contest, but
29.
1-4-1 against Raman. But this is a different story now. For once, there's a bit of pressure
41.
on Timothy, and that pressure is to keep tabs with Jim McEwan at the top of the table.
37. $60.
It has to be said, Timothy got off to a slow start, but he did play Scott Taylor, who just didn't really get out the traps in that first game. 81.5
140.
average for Timothy in that. But this is more like it.
140.
You feel Timothy is the last man really that can stop Jim McEwan from running away with this group
to
now.
the car 60.
But he's got a bit of time to wait before he can do anything about going head-to-head with Jim McEwan, the man who's yet to lose a leg.
50. Brand new car 136.
Well, it could and probably will be all over by the time they meet
60.
because they meet in the final
Two in the
round
car,
of fixtures
10.
for the day. Timothy and Jim. Well, it's designed to split this. 2-4-4.
Game shot on the first leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
And Timothy leads 1-0.
Second leg, Brian to the first. Game on. $58.
It just felt like for Brian there were some real encouraging signs yesterday. But it's almost felt like he's regressing a little bit back to Monday's type.
60. $59.
I'll tell you what, Matt, whilst you've got two
97.
Belgians on the stage, let's have a little bit of fun.
$94.
Okay. I'm game.
Best Belgian player of all time.
$140.
I think based on level of achievement,
100.
you'd gotta go Vandenberg. Couple of time major champion.
180.
I think Kim Huybrechts is in that conversation, and I'm sure if you ask anyone in Belgium, a lot of them will tell you
80.
Eric
To the car
Claris.
24.
Who knows where Timothy's career is going to go, but what we can tell you is he's hit a 13 darter there to break the throw of Brian Raman and move into a 2-0 lead. Well, Brian Raman is legless. 6 legs played, 6 legs lost. And Timothy's really beginning to grow in this game. 13 darter in the last. His second maximum there. He is really
100.
beginning to build up ahead of steam here.
$60.
Timothy's just giving Jim that proverbial tap on the shoulder as to say, you might be playing well, but I'm still going to hang around
92.
and be on your coattails. That first dart is pitching up on that treble 20 perfectly. His third max of the match. His average is 101.5. He's on for an 11 now.
Something he's done many times already this week, isn't
99.
it? The
To the
11
car
dart
81.
leg.
Doesn't have to chase the ball. May go treble 10 here.
49.
Leaving sub double 16 after 12. This could be back-to-back 13s.
135. To the car 32. Game
Back-to-back
shot on the third leg,
13s
Timothy
this is.
Verbrugghe.
This is a dream of a performance, this, from Timothy Verbrugghe. He's
4-4
3-0
Brandon
up
through
with
first.
back-to-back
Game on.
13 dart legs. The average 98. Raman so far today has been hit by an average of 105.5 and now an average of
45.
98. In matter of fact, he's played 7 legs today and he hasn't even had a double.
Been
60.
hit with everything though, hasn't he here, Brian Raman? And for Brian Raman, you feel his focus is already on Group C because that's where he is going to be
95.
playing. He won't be able to muster up a challenge in regards to getting into a Group B campaign. Certainly if he's to go on and lose this game, the legs difference not on his side, minus 17
64.
as things stand, currently sat bottom of the table on 6. And then you look ahead and you think maybe he'll
140.
be able to get going as the day goes on. His next game's against Scott Taylor.
$60.
I'll tell you what, there is something about Timothy that's really annoying me. I don't know what's
44.
happening, but it's almost like a little bit of fluff that's coming out of the stem of one of his darts. Well, it's blown off now.
99.
However, a man may get his first darts at a double today and may get his first leg of the day here.
100. 98. Brownie car 77.
Verbrugghe sat on 120 for the match. Raman gets his first dart at a double today.
37.
And the tops is
Timothy
just
Carr,
pitched above. And that may
120.
well be where Timothy is at the end of this turn. No, he won't.
They're surrounding it. Not
42.
finding it. And
Brownie
Raman
car 40.
gets darts at double. A long way off. Great
Getting
recovery
shown in the
there for
fourth
Brian
leg.
Raman,
Brian
getting his
Raman.
first leg on the board of the day.
Fifth leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's his first on the board. But Timothy here has the darts to complete a 4-1 success. It'd be back-to-back 4-1 wins to kickstart the day for Timothy.
59.
There's a man just beginning to grow into the task.
80.
A little bit of a swagger beginning to emerge from the Riddler.
41.
It has to be said, this pair are beginning to meet in the middle a little bit. The average a couple of legs ago was 98 for
58.
Verbrugghe. Now it's 86 and 83 respectively. They're plateauing and meeting in the middle a bit more.
Saw this in the first game for Verbrugghe. Then he just found 6 inspired darts that
140.
separated the pair once again. Maybe we're in the midst of that storm once again.
93.
Well, Brian has form for
57.
taking this
Brownie
out
car
this week.
170.
But he's not going to net the fish for a second
100.
time, at least this time. However, he's put himself in position here for the break of throw, and the game will go back to 3-2. You've got to give
58.
credit to Brian Raman
Brownie
here
car
because it could have been
70.
so easy for him to be swallowed up amidst the brilliance of Timothy and amidst his struggles. But he's going to have a dart here at double 16 to
Getting
bring
shot
it
on
back
the
to
fifth leg.
3-2
Brian Raman.
and get the break. This match suddenly returns to throw.
6 leg Brown to throw first. Game on. $81.
Is it fair to say, Matt, that 3-0 we did not expect this passage of play?
Well,
140.
this is what I was saying at the start of the show in regards to Timothy Verbrugghe, that in a way we don't quite know what we're going to get yet
95.
from him. He's not been under this sort of scrutiny before. We can look at the last couple of days and say he was well acquitted, but you can't accommodate
81.
for that pressure scenario. He said he wanted to finish better than he did last time. He's going to do that. He finished 5th. He's certainly going to improve on that. And we're certainly
45.
talking about him now in regards to a Saturday rather than in terms of a placing.
It's another one of those gems that's just been wheeled out on this ADT European Assembly line.
140.
That would have been his 4th 180 of the match. By contrast, it's the 5th 140, which leaves him on 140 to win the game. And he's going to get
100.
6 to
Timothy the car 140.
cost the winning post. Oh, that is perfectly laid for a treble with dart. Surely that's got to be a treble with dart 3.
60.
How has he not found one from there?
95.
Well, a man's
Timothy
done
the
well to
car
get himself
80.
back into the encounter, but this game could be over right here, right now. Verbrugghe's got to get a dart at tops to win this game, to make it 2 wins from 2.
Round your car 85.
Now he stands in the background with Raman left on 85 to take us all the way. Pull.
60.
Don't go.
Timothy car 40.
And so it's tots for Timothy to say goodnight to Brian.
Getting shot on the
And it
mark,
is a
Timothy
win for
Verbrugghe.
Timothy Verbrugghe, his second in succession. He beats Brian Raman by 4 legs to 2. He got off to an excellent start, was averaging 98 after 3 legs, but Brian Raman came surging back, had a dart at the ball to make it 3-3, but it is Timothy Verbrugghe who runs out a winner by 4-2. Coming up next, Paul Lewis and Jim McEwan. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 2 rounds worth of action on this Wednesday morning at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The top 2 have won each of their first 2, Timothy Verbrugghe and Jim McEwan. McEwan with 2 top performances, averages of 105.5 and an average is under 97. He's yet to drop a leg so far today. And so he is still top of the table, 2 points clear of Timothy in second. Neil Duff and Scott Taylor on 12 points. It looks like they're going to be jousting it out for Group B/C honours for the rest of the day. And we're going to see McEwan in action now. He can put himself onto 20 points, and you'd sense put himself on the hill in terms of qualification as he takes on Paul Lewis, who has already got a win against McEwan this week. However, McEwan has just been a completely different animal today.
105.47, 96.97, the 2 averages for McEwan, and doing so in different styles, not just it all going right. He's had to face a bit of adversity at times, as Jim McEwan, and that is the sign of a man that is in form today, a man who wants to get the job done and enjoy a couple of days down the Portsmouth seafront.
First leg, Paul is through first. Game on.
Paul Lewis has shown enough signs throughout his campaign that we know he's going to be a tricky and dangerous customer. going into this fixture. And Timothy Verbrugghe will be hoping that he can get the job done. Jim McEwan may be seen as a value play to some. Odds of 1 to 2
45.
available on Jim McEwan. I thought that would be a little bit tighter. And I think that is quite valuable.
45.
Well, actually, those same odds for him to win that match are the same odds for him to win the group at the beginning of the day. 1 to 2 favourite. In terms of the week, at the beginning of the day, McEwan 4 to 1 with the odds good parlours to pick up the title on Saturday night. You can be here on the Saturday night in Portsmouth. Scan that QR code, takes you to a website called
60.
dartshot.tv where you can ascertain your ticket for a £2 booking fee. And it really is becoming a popular Saturday night attraction in Portsmouth is the Modus Super Series. Almost 2 years old now since we've been in this particular venue. McEwan, a man who has won a couple of times in this venue, hoping to make it a hat-trick.
$81.
And this Saturday, you could have a Super Saturday. Watch the football, England against Switzerland, and then watch the darts thereafter. Is it coming home, Matt?
135.
Yeah.
Well, that was full of optimism, and this has been an optimistic start from Jim McEwan. 47 left after 12 for the break of throw. 7 for tops. 14 darter. This is just Jim McEwan doing Jim McEwan things. Paul Lewis shakes his head, but to be perfectly honest, it's been the brilliance of McEwan that has come to the fore today. Nine legs played, 9 legs won.
140.
Well, I said it may come down to more than just points. It may come down to leg difference. And essentially what Jim McEwan's doing is he's giving himself such a buffer in the legs column that actually he could lose to Timothy Verbrugghe and it wouldn't be too effective. McEwan, as we stand on the live in-play table, plus 22 legs.
83.
11 points clear of Verbrugghe. Even if he was to lose that game 4-0, he's still clear. He's done the damage.
45.
He's big favourite now. If there was a live in play on the odds of Jim McEwan to win this group, that 1 to 2, I say, would be about 1 to 33 now, I reckon.
Well, Jim McEwan wins this game. He goes 4 points clear with Timothy, but effectively
58.
He's 6 points clear because of the big gap in terms of legs difference. To put it into context, you can only whittle away a maximum of 8 leg swing in terms of the legs difference in one round because one player wins 4-0, one player loses 4-0. If he wins this game 4-3, he's 11 clear in that column. He could potentially be as far as 14 legs clear in that
44.
particular column if he wins this game 4-0. And you wouldn't put it past him. And at that point, if he wins this 4-0,
65.
we could potentially be looking at some legs difference records if he can go on a bit of a spree towards the latter end of the day. The record in terms of a legs difference in a Group A campaign here at the Super Series. Jim McEwan actually
60.
has the record in terms of points, but in terms of the legs difference, is plus 36.
$60. Jim McCarr 116.
116 for a 2-0 lead. Great second dart. Just squeezes in, and so tops. Did you expect him to miss? Of course you didn't. 2-0 McEwan. And it's his second ton top of the day. In fact, only the second ton topper all told today.
It's the only ones he's done all week.
45.
Really has. turned it up today, and you've said that before. Jim McEwan 2-0. It was swiftly followed by Jim McEwan 3-0 and Jim McEwan 4-0. 10 legs played, 10 legs won. He's almost making a bit of a mockery of that 1-2 odds. I think the bookies may be getting burnt.
Well, the question marks that were labelled at the door, Jim McEwan, at the beginning of the day are
58.
well and truly getting smashed leg on leg, game on game.
This is the Jim McEwan that has won titles on that stage. The Jim McEwan that bagged the £20,000 prize. If he does it again, it'll be even richer. £25,000 now, the first prize here at the Super Series.
Half your week's wages, Matt.
44.
Just one-way traffic, as it has been every time Jim McEwan's been on the stage.
83.
Poor Lewis. Last 4 visits without a treble. And there's that shoulder again. Did you see how much lift was in that throw? And that reaction shows that he knows something's a little bit off.
I just wonder as
78.
well whether the
Jim McCarr
reps that he's been putting in this week, how often he's had to play this much in this space of time, whether that could be a possible factor.
Oh, absolutely. I've played this environment and this format and this
24.
setup. It's not easy, these long days and these long groups. Certainly when you're in a position like Paul Lewis is, where he knows he can't win the group. The likelihood is
100.
he's going
Jim
to struggle to now to get a
124.
Group B place. Can he do it again?
$75.
Jim McEwan's done so much right across today, and then misses the big number.
You know, you mentioned how this can be a long day for players.
41.
Jim McEwan can make
Jim
this a
McCarr,
very
49.
short day for himself. This could be the third time in succession he finds himself 3-0 up in a match. He's still not dropped a leg today. And
Game
that
shot on the
run
third
is going
leg.
to
Jim
continue.
McEwan. Fourth leg, Jim to throw first.
And that's a
Game
breaker
on.
throw as well. So Jim McEwan will have the darts now to make it 12 straight legs. He did also win his
96.
last game yesterday as well, so this winning run of legs may be starting to touch a little bit of record territory.
It's 15 in a row because the last leg he dropped us at 1-1 against Scott Taylor yesterday.
140.
I remember Connor Scott back in Southampton going on a run of 16 in a row. And I'm sure McEwan went on a crazy run as well in that venue.
So would I be right in saying that no
41.
player has ever won all 5 games 4-0?
No. Beaugrees came close in the women's week, but obviously that was a first to 3 format, but then dropped a leg towards the latter ends of the day.
55.
Well, Beaugrees won a tournament, didn't she, not too long ago without dropping a single leg.
24.
31 legs in a row she won to win that particular event.
Well, the potential record that we're talking about may just be
60.
about to be eliminated here, because McEwan just losing his way a little bit here at the wrong time. He really needs to fill it up to keep it alive, and that is inviting.
100. $97. $100.
So if he wins this leg,
149.
McEwan, this would be 15 in a row. Even on the last 3 against Scott Taylor, he would have won
59.
all 12 he's
Jimmy
played
Carr,
so far
140.
today. And in Matter of fact, he's only had 3 darts at a double against him all day today. But he may get another one here from Paul Lewis. May just be a dart of the bullseye.
60. Paul Lucan, 90.
Dart at the ball.
Game shot on the fourth
And
way.
the run
Paul Lewis.
is over. The streak has ended.
Fifth
Paul
leg
Lewis
ball
is
to
playing the
first.
part
Game
of
on.
Brock Lesnar.
Ends the run at 14. Hang on a minute, as the great Matt Edgar once said.
80.
McEwan just losing his way a little bit here.
43.
Raise the eyebrows, probably thinking, where's this come from? Paul Lewis is starting to find 2 things are happening here.
125.
One player coming off the boil and one player starting to simmer.
And suddenly we've got a contest on our hands.
40.
So quick games change here at the Super Series in these cutthroat games, race to 4, best of 7. And look at Paul Lewis go.
40.
Scoring power like his namesake, Mr. Lewis.
And suddenly his average is superior to that of his opponent.
140.
This
Paul
is a
Lucan,
potential
56.
11 darter here. Tops. Well, he can add
Game
that to
shot
the
on fifth
highlights
leg.
reel.
Paul Lewis.
He's had some great moments this week. He now adds an 11 darter to the collection.
Six-leg Jim to throw
And now,
first. Game on.
suddenly, Jim McEwan has been put on notice.
That was a warning. And it was a warning that would have been
85.
well supported and cheered by Timothy Verbrugghe. Who'll be glad that Jim McEwan's not running away with another game. He'll
96.
be even more glad should Paul Lewis be able to turn this around and somehow pick up the victory.
Well, we've played 5 legs in this match and we're still yet to see a missed dart at a double. Paul Lewis 2 from 2, McEwan 3 from 3 on the outer ring.
47.
Only seen 1-4-3 so far today. Paul Lewis was involved in it.
95.
Lost 4-3 to Neil Duff. As a matter of fact, he's played as close to the full quota as possible because he lost 4-2 to Scott Taylor in his second game.
99.
Yesterday went on a run of 5 consecutive games, going 4-3.
Big last start for McEwan, gets him first down to a finish. A finish we've seen already this week. The big fish, the biggest one of them all. Brian Raman reeled it in.
60.
McEwan doesn't have to reel it in.
170.
But you feel if you get the first 2 treble 20s, the temptation may be there. Well, it's a long way off for McEwan, so we'll never know if McEwan would have attempted the 170 finish.
42.
But that leaves a lot of work to be done. And again, just that lift in the throw. Just letting him down at a crucial part here. Paul Lewis
41.
unable to rectify the
Jim McCall,
situation. So 6
128.
starts in hand for Jim McEwan to further extend the lead at the top of the table. But Jim McEwan is stumbling over the line here. That's even if he can get to it. Maybe crawling and stuttering to the line.
66.
But can he cross it? 62 points away. But it will be under a bit of duress.
140. Jim McCall, 60.
One of the first 2 games were possessions. This has been hard work for Jim McEwan. 62 points away from his third win of the day, which will put him on to 20 points. Hasn't missed a dart and a double in this match. And it is 4 from 4 on the doubles for Jim McEwan. And it is 3 wins from 3 for Jim McEwan. And he is now on 20 points. He is now pretty much on the hill in terms of qualification. Well, have a look at them doubling stats. 6 legs played and not a dart missed at a double in that contest. McEwan, a 4-2 victor against Paul Lewis. Coming up next, Scott Taylor and Brian Raman. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Jim McEwan get the better of Paul Lewis by 4 legs to 2. It sealed his third victory from 3 games on this Wednesday morning. 4 from 4 on the doubles with McEwan. Actually, we didn't see a missed dart and a double in that particular encounter. It was a real good match, that. And we're hoping that our middle game of the day is also impressive, as we see Brian Raman struttering around the stage up against Scott Taylor, who has made this stage his own. He's even dressed like the stage today, is Scotty T. The winner of Series 6 here at the Live Lounge, up against a man who is the former WDF World #1. But 2 players still searching for something, although Scott Taylor improved from game 1 to game 2 and telling us that he's in a bit of a groove now.
Yeah, you say he's dressed like the stage, trying to camouflage himself in. I think he's camouflaged himself into the table as well, because I can't see him in the top half.
53.
He'll appreciate that joke.
I'm glad somebody will.
42.
Midway through the day, we know that Jim McEwan's been the standout player, but other than that, I can't make heads or tails about proceedings. I don't know about you.
I've been trying to do it for 2 days and I'm none the wiser, so I don't think I'm going to be any better today.
134.
By a man playing the latest game of How Can I Upset the Spotter?
82.
I can actually tell you that our
95. Scott
spotter this week is a professional variety. This could be a finish, a top variety. Double 18 for the 115.
79. Brand new car 90.
And actually, against this spotter, Brian Raman hit 3 bullseye checkouts in the same set at the Lakeside. May go for the bullseye now. Let's go triple 19.
Scott the car 36.
1-0 Taylor.
Scott Taylor.
16 darter, double 18 pinned. The former champ is up and
Second leg
running.
Brandy through first. Game on.
It's the mid part of the last game, wasn't it? Scott Taylor really sort of started to moat up. The doubling stats.
100.
Impressive, not just from Scott Taylor, but from everybody today. They certainly must be doing some doubles practice games down in the practice room downstairs.
99.
A lot of the players do like to sort of get together and go through a few sequences.
99.
Get used to throwing with purpose.
$45.
Scott Taylor winning this one and moving
100.
on to 14 points ahead of Neil Duff's game against Timothy Verbrugghe next up. Them two look as if they're going to be the race for the the final Group B spot.
$58.
And it looks like it's probably going to be the final thing to settle as far as this group's concerned, because McEwan now has such a buffer at the top of the table.
100.
Can Raman find a moment of magic here? It's not going to take out the 144.
$58.
Good performance here from Brian, averaging in excess of 90 at this early stage, and just now hoping to get that opening leg on the
100.
board.
Car 86.
Bull.
47.
Not
Scott
to
the car
be, and so
97.
Scott can get the break here if he can find the 97. Tops. 2-0 Taylor. He gets the break. He doesn't look too happy with himself, but he'll be pleased with the lead that he's accrued.
Scott's through first. Game on.
Brian Raman has had to play everyone's best today, hasn't he? And that's probably why he's cutting that figure of frustration
90.
at the back of the stage.
$87.
It looks like he's going to be propping up the table, and that's where that frustration is just bubbling over a little bit for Brian Raman.
71. One of them, folksy. $81.
However, Raman here has just about wrestled the darts off of Taylor in this leg, and
89.
now deciding to head around the bullseye region.
83. $84.
Well, this could be the most untextbook red pen leg in history if Raman pins this 101. He may have to pin the 101 because Taylor's left himself on tops. Oh my.
63.
25, double
Strike car
19,
40.
double 19.
Game shot on the
That
third
was more
leg, Scott
conventional.
Taylor.
And that's a 3-0 lead to Scott Taylor. Brian Raman is wandering
Full
around,
leg Brown to throw first. Game on.
thinking as to why everybody's raising their game against him.
One of the luxuries of being here for the
100.
full week, though, is if it doesn't go well for you in Group A, you've still got that second chance, and that's what you should be looking forward to here in regards to a Group C campaign,
100.
because even though he's 3-0 down, he's still averaging around about the 90 mark, which you feel if he can sustain that
60.
sort of level, he's going to have a very strong chance in a Group C.
Oh, Brian must have thought that he's ran over a cat underneath
60.
a mirror this morning. Or a ladder, shall I say.
Unless he broke the mirror.
He could have
46.
broken the mirror whilst running over the cat beneath the ladder. And to be honest, it wouldn't really surprise me.
81.
What do you think broke the mirror? Was it the ladder falling into the mirror?
I think we're now embellishing ourselves too deep in this conversation.
58.
Just trying to get the facts. Like a good interviewer, wouldn't I?
58.
But I think you're missing the big bit of this. This is theoretical and not real. The
95.
one thing is real is the trouble that Raman is in. Yes, he's left himself on a finish, but Taylor with a 2-treble turn would leave himself on a 2-darter. He's not going to do it this time round.
100. Brownie car 142.
142 for Raman is not going to go.
$88. Shot the car
Well, this would
102.
be some way to seal a 4-0 win. Double 18
66.
doesn't go.
Brand new car 54. $50. Scott
That
Car,
was
36.
wild. Now Scott Taylor has 3 in hand at double 18 to win this contest 4-0. Double 9. 1 left.
Getting
Gets
something like
it.
Scott Taylor.
And seals a 4-0 victory. And Brian Raman, well, he smiles amidst the frustration. It's the 3rd time somebody's put in a power pack display. And, well, Scott Taylor, not quite sure there as he looked at the camera. 86 average, 50% on the doubles, a 4-0 win for the former champ. Coming up next, Neil Duff against Timothy Verbrugghe. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, the former champ, Scott Taylor, got the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to nil. We're coming to the end of our Group A campaign, but Groups B and C will keep us entertained on Thursday and Friday. A couple of exciting debutants in Group B. Craig Galliano and Noelyn van Leuven will make their debuts here at the Live Lounge, alongside John Worsley, the Womble, former weekly winner here at the Live Lounge in Port. Whilst Group C sees Daniel Stevenson, winner of an ADC Championship Tour event in 2024, alongside Anthony Allen and Terry Nash, who could well be a player to look out for. He impressed me on his debut. What's he going to do second time around? Well, next up for us, it's Timothy Verbrugghe, who really is in last chance saloon in terms of winning this Group A. He takes on Neil Duff, the former WWF World Champion, who could be in either B or C. We don't quite know. He said he wanted to get into that Group B on Thursday, Friday night and really grow into the week from that particular point. Well, he's going to have to pick up a couple of wins to do that. And the dynamic here is the players in Ps 3 and 4 play the players in Ps 1 and 2. It'll be intriguing to see how the next couple of games pan out. In the company of myself, Henry Deacon, and Matthew Edgar. We're halfway through the Wednesday action. Into the second half we go. Into the business end. We move into
Game on.
Game 9 of our session. And it is Duff to get us underway. Me and Matt were just having a chat in the advert break, and we were just saying how pacey this session has been. We've seen some real good performances and real good games. Everything has just flowed so nicely on this Wednesday. It's been a real enjoyable watch, this.
The players have really rose to the standard as well today, and we've had some good clashes. We've had players racing off with a lead and the game's coming back. There's been stories galore, but the main story is
100.
who tops the table. And for Timothy Verbrugghe, he's still in that conversation, and he has to beat Neil Duff
100.
if he's going to stay in that conversation. Neil Duff, not someone you'd put down as a tungsten tinkerer.
100.
Has changed his darts back to the ones he started the week with. He's gone away from the Neil Duff darts and gone back to the Cullens.
140 to the car 96.
Guess what? Timothy Verbrugghe is on an 11 darter again. Well, he's not going to take it out this time, but that is just where his level has been,
56.
at the
Neil
top
Carr,
end, the very
111.
high end. And it is forcing Neil Duff to do things like take the 111 out, which if he finds tops, he will.
Game
Superb
shot
for Neil Duff. Aye, aye, aye. That sends a statement out.
Second leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
I think if there's one player that Timothy did not want to play right now, it's Neil
81.
Duff, because you know that any moment he could find something out the top drawer, and he did just there with a 111.
60.
Well, we're focusing heavily on the man who tops the table at the moment, but that Group B race is quite vital.
100.
I dare say Group B this week looks probably more inviting than normal. You do have the mathematical advantage all the time. 3 players of the 5, 60% of the players will qualify. But when you look at the lineup, John Worsley, last time he was here, was saying he wasn't playing a lot of darts. What's that situation like for him at the moment? We've got
60.
2 debutants joining us as well. So you'd say that Group B this week is probably more appealing than normal.
Well, both times this week, Timothy has averaged in excess
80.
of a ton
Neil Carr,
against Neil.
161.
And this was the game Neil said yesterday really annoyed him. This was the match that really got his back up.
70. Timothy Carr, 100.
And I think he'll be even more annoyed if Timothy takes this ton out here. Tops. Doesn't quite go.
60.
Although that first
Neil
up being
Carr,
pitched below
91.
was very awkward. This will be for his second combo. Double 10.
81. Timothy Ducan, 40.
I do wonder how much of a distraction that was.
Game shot on the second leg, Timothy
Timothy
Verbrugghe.
levels it up. The distraction for me came there. If you see the
Third leg,
first
Neil
dart
Duff
of Neil
first.
Duff, the
Game on.
stem wasn't quite tight and it actually wobbled when hitting the board, and Neil Duff just took that little bit longer to throw dart number 2, and I
95.
wonder just how much that just took away that focus, that rhythm, just that slight bit there for Neil Duff, because those doubles was a little bit of board between the dart and the target.
140.
It's been a couple of times, hasn't it, where Duff has stood back on doubles. I know he occasionally does it, but it's felt like he's done it more today than
100.
perhaps usual. However, this is a quality contest. Duff averaging 98, Timothy 106.5.
58.
I think we're at that point now where we need to stop questioning now, Timothy. You know, I've said he's doing well. Will it continue? He's doing well. Will he do it under pressure? He's doing
26.
well. Can he? And I think now we need to get to that point where we just accept that we have another quality player on our hands now with
24.
Timothy Verbrugghe as he hits a 24.
Expert analysis.
Well timed.
60.
But if we want timing, this is the time of day that Timothy Verbrugghe plays his best on both days so far. This fixture, fixture number 3,
99.
is where he has recorded 100 average, 100.20 and 101.09.
60.
He's doing it again.
Neil Ducan, 160.
Duff has to take the 160 out. He may take the 160 out. Tops.
140.
Just below.
Timothy Ducan, 40.
His head looks up to the skies. He may find himself 2-1 down.
Game shot on the
Because
third
Verbrugghe
leg,
takes the
Timothy
tops
Verbrugghe.
out. He moves 2-1 to the good. And once again, is averaging around the ton against
Fourth leg,
Neil Duff.
Timothy
He's 2 from 2
first.
on the doubles.
Game on.
Still not a flicker of emotional reaction.
I reckon you could tell Tim that he's won 100 million
140.
euros on the lottery and he still just say, yeah, okay, and a wry smile.
I reckon he may say lovely, but I certainly
125.
debate the smile.
But this is the steely-eyed determination that you need to be successful over a long, drawn-out format like this.
100.
Well, it's what works very well for Timothy, isn't it? And that's it. It's very subjective. You can't apply one to another.
140.
Could you imagine someone like Reece Robinson playing like Timothy Verbrugghe? It just wouldn't work.
$45.
Yeah, but there's a difference. Reece has had an aura about him ever since he was young.
That's why he's Mr. Must-See.
The human highlight reel.
Just ask him.
140.
He will tell you about it over and over again.
Well, Duff on for an 11 dart of his own. Good response here in leg 4. Looking to get the break back to level it and counter up at 2 apiece.
60. Neil Ducan, 96.
That sat nicely for the treble. Finds it. Double 8.
Game shot on
Superb.
the fourth leg. Neil
It's
Duff.
another pot combo for Neil Duff, and level we are at 2-2. Both
Fifth leg,
players
Neil Duff
averaging in the
first.
high
Game
90s. 12 darter there as well for the Duff man. This is a great watch. And he's getting better. He fires in his first max of the contest, and the average moves up to 102.5. And he has had enough of Timothy Verbrugghe hitting haymakers against him left, right, and centre. But anything you can do, Neil, I can do just as well.
I'm so impressed with Timothy Verbrugghe, but also impressed with this reaction from
140.
Neil Duff, who was on for the 9. Verbrugge's still on. He's still on. Oh my.
180.
Neil Duff's gone 180, 140, and he could lose the leg.
He could leave a double after 9.
145,
He does leave a double
141.
after 9, and he may not even get a go. He is going to get a go.
60.
For the
Neil Carr,
best
36.
leg of the week so far. It wasn't
Game
the
show on
10,
the fifth
but it's the
leg.
11. Something we've seen so many times and something we've seen a lot from Timothy Verbrugghe. And
Six leg
just
Timothy
look
Verbrugghe
at those
first. Game
numbers. Both players playing to the peak of their powers. And he's in again. This is relentless.
140.
Well, this is just insane at this point. Both players averaging 104. This is incredible. That is maximum number 6 of the contest. Well, Timothy threatened the 9 in the last leg. Can Neil do something similar here? No is the answer.
For a leg and a half, we've not seen a score lower than the
37.
140 in the big power scoring stage.
And let's get this right. Somebody's about to lose here with a
100.
monster-sized average.
$58. Timothy Carr, 121.
6 darts to send us the distance. He's going to go for the ball.
86.
And he was nowhere near it, let's be honest.
He's got time, though. He's got time.
95. Timothy Carr, 35.
Should be getting 2 darts to take us the distance. I'm not going to lie. I'd be more than
Game
happy
shot
to
on the
watch
sixth
another
leg,
leg of
Timothy
this.
Verbrugghe.
We have questioned if Verbrugghe can keep this
Seventh final leg,
improved
Neil
standard
Dickler first.
going
Game on.
under pressure. This is under pressure, and he's got better.
$83.
This has been a quality contest, and it gets the fitting crescendo that it deserves. Both players averaging high above the ton mark.
100.
Not just is it game of the week, it's one of the games of the series so far. This could be max number 7 of the match between the pair.
Just got to sit and enjoy this sort of standard.
60.
But that could be the slip. That could be the moment. That is the invitation for Neil Duff to get the job done.
140.
And he's 2 darts away after 9 darts. Verbrugghe can just hit a max and hope.
140. Neil Carr, 98.
For the match. Double 12 to win a corker.
74.
And Timothy Verbrugghe is up against it here. He looks like he's going to be on the wrong end of the feet, averaging 103.
40. Neil Carr, 24.
This to bring the curtain down on an
Game shot on
absolute
the match,
corker. Neil Duff has won one of the best games you will see on the Super Series stage. Averaging 104.5. Eventually, he beats Timothy Verbrugghe, who for 3 days running has averaged in excess of a ton against the former WDF World Champion. Have a look at those numbers. 7 maximums between the pair. Both players averaging in excess of 100. 4 from 9 and 3 from 4 on the doubles. It was an absolute treat from first dart to last. Duff 4, Verbrugghe 3, and that now means Jim McEwan, we totally forgot about this, he's on the cusp of winning the group if he beats Scott Taylor next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. If you've only just joined us and you missed the game before the break, you miss an absolute treat. Neil Duff 4, Timothy Verbrugghe 3, both players averaging in excess of a ton. Neil Duff winning with 104.5 average, 4 from 9 on his doubles and a 111 checkout. Elsewhere in this round, Taylor 4, Raman 0, and Lewis 2, McEwan 4. And it means, as far as the table is concerned, McEwan is on the cusp. He's 4 points clear with 4 points left to play. He's got a 13-leg lead in terms of the legs difference as well. He is so almost there in terms of qualification through. He can rubber stamp it, seal the deal, if he can beat Scott Taylor in this next game. Taylor, who got off to a slow start but has found a level around the mid-80 mark over the course of the day. But Jim McEwan has been a man possessed on this Wednesday. Averages of 105.5, 97 just under. And then in that last game against Paul Lewis, got off to a strong start. Had a bit of a mid-match wobble, but was 4 from 4 on the doubles to seal a 4-2 success in that one. And I suppose, Matt,
First leg, Jim,
we have to say, follow that.
Game on.
Because that was a real treat the last game.
Well, if there are two players you believe could follow that, it's Jim McEwan and Scott Taylor, two players who have lifted that title of series
100.
winner before here at the Super Series. Two players we know can perform at that level all day long.
99.
We may be getting back-to-back corkers.
And you've been in practice rooms here before, Matt. When you see a game like that and you're in that practice room, does that lift you up to possibly find another level?
Well, you want to follow it, that's for sure. You don't want to come on after a
140.
performance like that and sort of be the after party.
140.
You want to make what they did sort of look significant. This is where McEwan can get it all done in
93.
regards to the table, which is pretty much job done already, bar a couple of legs.
81.
Have a couple of days to enjoy the Portsmouth scenery. What do you recommend?
The ice cream.
128.
Strawberry and vanilla mix.
Now, you're a man with taste.
65. Jim
McEwan's
McCarr,
getting
40.
stuck into this first leg, leaving tops after 12.
Game
He's
shot on the
hit
first
each
leg, Jim McEwan.
of his last 6 starts at a double, Jim McEwan.
Second leg, Scott to through the
Incredible.
first.
1-0 leads.
$44.
We could be entering here or living in a passage of play here at the Super Series with a standard of the very, very top table. Could be
81.
30 minutes or so of world-class darts.
And I think the last
41.
24, 36 hours or so has just illustrated that even outside the 1-2-8, the quality is there. 3 of the 4 players who made it through to the semi-finals of yesterday's Players' Championship, non-tour card holders, play here at the Super. We're actually going to see
100.
those players here in the coming weeks. And then you see games like Duff and Verbrugghe. Then you see McEwan doing what he's doing. The strength in depth that this sport has is the like of which we have never
68.
seen before.
$57.
And we still await your return in September.
Oh,
60.
yeah, I'll water it back down again, don't you worry.
$99. 100. Jim McCarr, 164.
Doesn't have to go for this. Doesn't have to, but he might. He might. And he will, and he
139.
almost got.
$84. Junior car 25.
Two 12s for 2-0. And just to continue this procession today.
Game shot on the second leg.
2-0 to Jim McEwan. So far today, he has played
Third leg, Jim to throw first.
16 legs. He's won 14, lost 2.
$100.
And again, you look up to the McEwan average and it's 97.2. It looks like not just is he going to qualify, but he's going to qualify in some style.
We asked who's going to be the player to stand up, who's going to be the one to do it.
60.
Looks like it's going to be McEwan. Still a little bit of work
43.
yet to do. Timothy Verbrugghe can still catch, but that will only come down to legs difference. McEwan doing the damage earlier on with back-to-back 4-0 victories
58.
to kickstart his day. Getting the legs on the board nice and early. But the fact he's still got to play Verbrugghe could be
100.
a telling factor.
Now, Timothy now can only get to a maximum of
97.
20 points, of course. He's basically got to hope that the wheels completely fall off here, and there's absolutely
58.
no sign of that happening right now. It's just a real reliability, isn't there, about Jim?
95.
And that
Scott the car,
reliability has come to
160.
the fore, but are we going to get a bit of maverick flair here from Scott? Another one of them. Oof, not far away.
85. Junior car 91.
Well, this is for a free zip lead. May go double-double here. Does go double-double tops.
Game shot on the
Oh,
third leg.
that
Jim
is
McEwan.
beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Fourth leg, Scott to throw first.
A
Game one.
cracking check out from Chucky, and he leads 3-0.
58.
Scott Taylor is in genuine trouble here of playing in Group C. The man who was favourite, odds-on favourite to win this group on Monday and Tuesday. He's the favourite to win the week. But you may have to go
140.
the long road. You may have to go through Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon, starting at 1 p.m.
100.
on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel.
$41. $100.
Taylor looking to pull a leg back on throw.
$76. $45. $100.
Ton leaves himself on 144 to get the game won.
83. Junior car 144.
Well, the frustration beginning to boil over for Scott Taylor, but this for a 4-0 win, this for Chucky's place in Saturday, that would have been some way to seal the deal.
The way Scott
78.
Taylor's playing at the minute, though, you
car
don't feel
115.
confident when he approaches the hockey and a wayward dart. The case in point, it's not happening for Scotty T.
83. Junior car
Jimmy
66.
Mack may be coming back on Saturday night.
Double 18. And McEwan is the main man in Group A. Chucky flies through to the finals on Saturday night. A wonderful Wednesday has sealed his place, and the former champion is looking to reclaim the crown. First job done, a 4-0 win against Scott Taylor, another average in excess of 90, 4 from 6 on the doubles. And so coming up next, Timothy Verbrugghe takes on Paul Lewis. This is now all about places and positioning.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. Undermark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Jim McEwan has won Group A, the former champion, through to Saturday night's final. And so really there's only one place to properly confirm. That's Duff or Taylor in B or C. Timothy Verbrugghe will be definitely in tomorrow night's action, alongside John Worsley, Craig Galliano and Noah Lynn van Leuven. As far as Group C is concerned, Paul Lewis and Brian Raman will join Daniel Stevenson, Anthony Allen and Terry Nash in the afternoon session. So we've crossed most of the T's and almost dotted all of the I's. And they will play in the penultimate game of the session. And that will probably, you'd sense, confirm who goes where and when and why. So for Timothy and Paul, it's the last time they're going to meet for at least a couple of days. Might be the last time they ever meet. But Timothy knows he's going to be in Group B. Paul Lewis knows he's going to be in Group C. But I think Paul can take a lot of positives from these 3 days so far. And actually, you put him in a group like that group C, I think he's going to get a lot of success. I don't know what you think, Matt.
I think you're absolutely spot on in regards to the fact that he can take a lot from the last 3 days, but the best may be ahead for Paul Lewis, who's got better as the week's gone on. He's looked reliable.
60.
I mean, there's been a few little concerning signs today in regards to that shoulder engagement and just losing the line on the dart, but some of that will come down to that
100.
fatigue, and he'll get to stay in bed a bit longer with the afternoon session starting at 1 o'clock. And I just think that little bit of an extra break between where his last game will be today when he takes on Brian
100.
Raman in our final fixture to where he will be tomorrow when he starts a new table, new campaign with a
100.
new group of players. And let's be fair and honest with things. When he goes into this and he looks around that room on Thursday, he's not
140.
going to maybe be as fearful as he would have been when he looked around this Group A, because this Group A wouldn't have looked out of
100.
place on a Champions Week.
Absolutely not. 2 former champions and players will qualify for 3 Champions Weeks, won a double start special.
123.
And Timothy has been the find of the week. I know we've seen him here before and play well, but he really has upped the levels from beginning to the end. He
96,
didn't
Timothy
quite
Carr, 78.
win the group, but he has put a lot of people on notice with some excellent darts, some excellent legs. And if he finds tops, he'll get this done in 5 visits.
38. Paul the
Now's
Car,
Paul Lewis to
105.
take out a finish he's already got this week. Treble 15 or treble 19? Treble 15 for tops was the play.
53. Timothy the Car, 40.
Tops for Timothy. Double 10.
30.
Doesn't go.
Paul the Car, 52.
Remember, Paul Lewis won this game yesterday. Could be 1-0 up in the contest today. He is
Being shown
1-0
the
up in the
first leg,
contest
Paul
today.
Lewis.
He breaks Timothy. Leads 1-0.
Second leg, Paul the through first. Game on.
Reminder, of course, that McEwan's through to Saturday night, looking to become
45.
the 5th inductee into Champions Week, which begins at the end of August. Already in Champions Week, good lineup, I think. Tom Sykes, Jim
100.
Long, Richard Wolands, and Jimmy Van Schie. The Welshman with the W in
121.
week 3.
$60.
And you look at the list of runners-up, that could make a Champions Week in its own. Justin Smith, Andreas Harrison and Richie Burnett losing weekly finals.
41.
And a fantastic run in week 2 from Shane Hayward, ADC qualifier, who went all the way to the final.
100.
Full house for Paul Lewis. That's something he's not struggled with this week. This is game number 14 for Paul Lewis, and that is maximum number 14, averaging a
100.
maximum
Polakar,
per
114.
game.
Tops,
94.
just below.
Timothy the Car, 141.
Well, he missed this for a 9-dart combination, and he's missed it here to win leg 2.
99.
So Lewis
Paul
is
Car,
back
20.
for double 10 for 2 zip. Double 5.
10. Timothy the Car, 42.
Annoyed. And you can understand why. Because Timothy's back for double 16. Can he clip it off the barrel?
26.
No is the
Paul the
answer.
Car, 10.
Double 2.
Getting shot on the second
For a
leg.
2-0
Paul
lead
Lewis.
to Paul Lewis.
Third leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on. 140.
Start to leg free this from Timothy. And whilst we know the situation in terms of the group, let's have some
60.
questions from the chat room, shall we? And we've got a great one here from Matty. I don't know whether it's one of your burner accounts or not, Matt. But the question is, do you reckon Matt Edgar could beat Gerwin Price in an arm wrestle?
I think there's multiple things I could beat Gerwin Price at, but I'm not sure that would be one of
100.
them.
Well, you've been bench pressing. I'm not surprised.
100.
Good lift there, 105k.
All in one, same rep. Well, talking about rep and
59.
repetition,
Timothy the car, 81.
Timothy's left 81 after 9 again. Could be an 11 darter again.
57. 59. Timothy the car, 24.
2 12s for Timothy.
Getting shot on the third
For
leg.
13 darter, back to 2-1. And even
Fourth leg, Paul to through first.
after the
Game on.
final call for top spot booking came and went and the gate closed on Timothy, is he still providing some goods?
$83.
Have you added any two aces to your Spotify playlist?
Do you know what? I'm really disappointed in us, Matt, because
140.
we didn't listen to any this morning.
Been enjoying some two aces every morning so far. If you're unfamiliar with the story, if you are
66.
just joining us, the man on your screen right now, Paul Lewis, collecting his darts. He's in an Oasis tribute band called Two Aces.
100.
He used to be in an 80s tribute band. I'm sure you've got plenty of 80s on your playlist.
45.
No comment. As you know all too well, the 80s and 90s music rounds, they're up my
41.
street.
$59. $60.
Timothy leaves himself on 160 after 12. Looking to get the ton plus party
59.
started.
Timothy car, 160.
Hasn't had one yet today. He had 5 yesterday. He has got 6 though from this particular point to square this contest up at
85.
2-2 from 2-0 down.
$140. Timothy car,
Big darts
75.
that from Paul Lewis. He was just starting to look a little bit on the ropes, but digging deep once again. I'm not quite sure about this route for Verbrugghe, but he loves the
Getting shot
ball.
on the fourth leg.
And
Timothy
he's
Verbrugghe.
somehow dug himself out of that situation. If I was stood now where Paul
Fifth
Lewis
leg,
is, I'd be
Timothy Verbrugghe
raging.
first. Game on.
You see that sort of chance. You see it happen and it goes in.
43.
I mean, ultimately, that's the only thing that matters, whether it goes in or it doesn't. But very unorthodox there.
180.
Well, that all pierced the bottom wire, that Maxi.
$60.
You know, we've been speaking about highlight moments for Paul Lewis.
81.
Forget about it.
Well, every win's a highlight moment for Paul Lewis here on debut, especially when he's going up against somebody who may be sort of a mirror image of the player he was
45.
a couple of months ago when Timothy Verbrugghe made his debut here. Paul Lewis will take a lot of inspiration from that story because it's a story he wanted to write for himself. And
120.
That is harsh, because that was on target for the treble 20. Still got time, despite the maximum from Timothy Verbrugghe. Doesn't leave him on a finish, and still 6 darts for Paul Lewis.
$60.
Well, he needs himself on a single to double to move 3-2 up. Remember, 2-0 to the good in this game. Paul Lewis was then pegged back to 2-2.
65. Paul the car 60.
Double top, double 10.
Game
Beautiful
shown
combo,
the
beautiful
Paul Lewis.
14 darter. And Lewis is back in front at 3-2 and has the
60
darts
Paul
to
the
win this
first.
contest.
Game on. $45.
Well, Paul Lewis qualified through the Vault system, and
100.
at the weekend, or a couple of weekends ago, there was a series of qualifiers through that system to play at MSS 9. And the qualifiers, congratulations to these players, because we're going to see them here at the Super Series. Some recognisable names, some debutants. Congratulations to Dean Finn, Neil Withers, Greg Ritchie, of course, we saw here
100.
last week, Darren Brown. No, not that Darren Brown. Andrew McDermott, Carl Wilson, Steve Robertson, Steve Reynolds, Dan Nichols, Kevin Mills, and a regular face here at the Super Series in Martin Turner. And they'll be playing at MSS 9 because they won their ADC Vault Series qualifiers a
57.
couple of weeks ago.
$83.
An opportunity for them, because for a lot of those players, that's going to be a televised debut.
$58.
Well, Paul Lewis has got the luxury of time here. He's got a setup shot and then a visit. But
70.
after getting a treble 20 with the first start, he'd have expected to have been a lot closer than that. 2 big 5s have left him with work to do. And here comes Verbrugghe.
140. Paul the car
I feel a lot of
102.
this lies on dart number 1. May stay there.
Tops of the match to have won in
82.
style.
Timothy the car 46.
This for 3-3. Was it
Game
ever
shown
in
on the
doubt?
six
It
leg.
never
Timothy
was.
Verbrugghe.
And we go the distance. We go to leg 7.
7th and final leg. Timothy to throw first. Game on.
In this situation with the advantage of throw, you'd have to side with Timothy Verbrugghe.
81. $58. $60.
And so into the last leg we go in this
59.
particular contest.
$95.
And the longer this goes for Paul Lewis without finding
55.
a treble, you feel he needs to find a max. It's going to have to be a max. Is it plenty of them? Is it 2 in this game? Is it 15 in the week? But he needs one now, because Verbrugghe is on a finish.
And even though he hasn't hit a tab plus out today, we know he can very much
100. Timothy
make a finish like this. He has got 6 of the 160. He's been behind the whole way. But he could nick it at the line. Tops for
Game shot on the
160
match,
for the
Timothy
match. Terrific for Timothy. Verbrugghe is the victor. And in sumptuous style, the 160 checkout in the last leg to get over the line. He beats Paul Lewis by 4 legs to 3. That was out of the top draw. He is top draw. Timothy Verbrugghe, a 4-3 winner against Paul Lewis. Coming up next is Neil Duff up against Brian Raman.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. The match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Timothy Verbrugghe got the better of Paul Lewis by 4 legs to 3, finishing the game off with a 160 checkout. Superb win for the Belgian, from one Belgian to another. Brian Raman, who is looking to pick up a win up against Neil Duff, who is still in that Group B/C race. He's got the ascendancy in terms of getting into the nighttime session. Third in the table, both him and Scott Taylor on 14 points, but he just about has the jump on legs difference, -2. And he does have to play Scott in the final game. If Raman beats Duff, that penultimate game is a straight shootout.
First. Game on.
If Duff wins, he has a points lead, although because he's got to play Scott in the last match, it's still effectively a shootout
85.
no matter what happens in this game.
$100. $79. $41.
Well, here's one way of describing Brian Raman. Darren has described him like a box of chocolates.
99.
You never know what you're going to get. A line from a famous movie.
Which I actually think is a little bit wrong in the respect of, you look at the
95.
back of the box of chocolates, you know exactly what kind of chocolates you're going to eat.
Well, the type of chocolates you buy, Henry, you know, not the majority of us.
58.
We don't have the posh chocolates that you have. Most of the time we get that little bit of paper inside that we lose after the first day or two, and then you just have to take a guess.
83.
Yeah, but after so many Christmases, you know exactly what's in a quality street.
You don't eat Quality Street.
Love a toffee
100.
penny. The green triangle, they're the best ones. Anyway, Raman, 80 for the
51.
first leg.
Brand new car, 80.
20 for tops. The double he hates.
60.
There's going to be a little bit more hatred for that particular target there. 17 tops sort of in the play there for Neil.
79. Brand new car, 20.
So Raman, double 10.
Game shot on the
1-0
first leg,
to the
Brand
Belgian.
Raman.
What's your favourite quality street, just for the record?
Second leg, Neil through first. Game on.
I'm going to be controversial to this conversation. I prefer Roses.
41.
So you enjoy the posh sweets then, is what you're saying?
95.
You don't eat Roses either, Henry. I've seen the sort of stuff you have.
45.
Neil Duff, still a
59.
player whose fate is not yet decided. We know Jim McEwan's through. We know Verbrugghe is going to be here tomorrow night. We know Paul Lewis and Brian Raman are going to be here in the afternoon. But for Neil Duff, his fate still lies in the hands. Himself and Scott Taylor
96.
battling it out for a place in Group B. And of course, a higher paycheck. The players are paid regarding their
100.
league table finishing position. The higher you finish, the more you get.
Not to sound like a mid-80s game show host, but points mean prizes.
39. $110.
That last dart did find its way into the bullseye, so Duff leads himself on 65. Tell you what, look at that 25 of bullseye ring. It's been given an absolute
57.
peppery
Neil
today.
65.
Finds the 25 again. Can't find the tops again, but double
Game
10
shot
will
on the
be
second leg. Neil
a helping friend to level up at 1-1.
Third leg, Brian to throw first. Game on. 58.
In terms of the match play, Blackpool, do you think James Wade, in your opinion, has
60.
done enough yesterday to secure his spot?
Yeah. Someone's going to have to at least win the board and James Wade go out first round for
59.
him not to make Blackpool now. I think he's in a very good position to keep that run going of constant qualifications.
100.
Dating back to 2006.
Well, James Wade is on the same board as Gary Anderson
100.
on board 7. Opens up against Lucas Venning, weekly winner here at the Super Series, whilst the other main pretenders in the mix, Kevin Dewitt's, has got Steve Beaton first round and on the same board as Wesley Plazier and Gerwin Price.
92.
Whilst Dirk van Dijvenbo's got a player who is a graduate of the Super Series last year and has played superbly
140.
since joining the tour. Dom Taylor, first up. Daryl Pilgrim plays yesterday's champion, Ross Smith, had to beat a Super Series regular to win the title yesterday.
Tops though for Duff to break the throw of Brian Raman.
46.
Pulls it low.
Brand new car, 71.
And a reprieve here for Raman, who's going to get 2 darts at the double himself.
Gauge
Only
on
needs
third
the
leg.
1.
Brian Raman.
And this all could go down to that
Fourth leg,
final
Neil
game
through
for Neil
first.
Duff.
Game
Neil
on.
Duff, Scott Taylor going head to head, where the winner will take that Group B place.
108.
Duff isn't going to give up without a fight. Remember his last game, he averaged 104.5 against Timothy Verbrugghe.
100.
Hello. Goodbye to the 9 attempt.
140.
Is it me you're looking for?
Unfortunately, Matt, no.
137.
Doing my Paul Lewis impressions there of getting some 80s lyrics in.
60.
Well, if you can leave the Oasis tribute stuff to Paul, that'd be great. We'll watch a bit of that again tomorrow, shall we, before the session starts.
140. Neil Carr, 121.
Wayward eliminates the chance of the shot. It becomes a setup play, and he does it
81.
well.
Brown Carr, 124.
Wants treble 18. We'll give him a dart at the bullseye.
47. Neil Carr, 40.
And this
Getting shot on the fourth leg, Neil Duff.
seesaw of a game continues to be so. Levels
Fifth leg,
itself
Brian
back off
Duff
again.
first. Game
Neil
on.
Duff levels it up. Brian Raman, advantage of throw.
That was a quality leg as well from there on the last. 13 darter.
85.
I'd love to know at the end of
82.
the day how Brian Raman's felt it's gone. Because he's been up against one or two big performances, but there's also been one or two games where he may have felt as if there was opportunities he's passed
28.
by.
$100.
It's moments like this that have allowed him to let it pass him by,
125.
where he opens with that opening 6, and that's been sort of extended at times to 9 and 12, where just the lack of trebles
99.
has allowed that one treble visit to open up too much of a gap.
96.
He's himself on 167. His throw, if Duff can find a treble here, could be under severe
60.
threat.
Brown
Both
Carr,
players on big finishes. A
167.
man first poke of the 167. Heads down to go up. And now to the bull.
142.
That grazes
Neil
the
Carr,
25
160.
wire.
Fine effort. We've seen this 160 go.
100. Brown Carr, 25.
Big miss on the big number. Only one in hand at double 4.
21.
And it
Neil
goes
Carr,
inside.
60.
And Duff is back for the break. 2 darts he hopes now at tops. 2 darts he gets at tops.
Getting shot on the
Only
fifth
needs
leg,
the
Neil
one. And you could just hear the little mutter from Neil as he
Duff.
breaks
Sixth
the
leg,
throw
Neil
of
throw
a man.
first. Game on.
He may have broken him by throw, and he may have broken him by spirit.
41. 100. 100. 100.
A man hoping to send us to our
55.
second successive last leg decide. Actually be our third 4-3 game in 4 matches. Duff beating for brewing that unbelievable game. Easy for
100.
me to say. 4-3. And we saw Timothy beat Paul Lewis by that scoreline in the previous match. And a man 201 points away from sending us to leg 7 once more.
145.
Sets it up well. We've seen a match won on 160 already. That was Verbrugghe.
139.
Can
Neil
Neil
Car,
Duff
160.
join the party?
No is the answer, and so Raman will
28.
return for
Brand new car,
62 to
62.
take us the distance. Well, he could go any which way here. Double 16.
30. Neil Car, 132.
And so, to finish with a corker, the champagne finish. Bullseye. To win it in style. To win it with a showbiz shot. But it doesn't quite go this time.
107. Brand new car,
So Raman
32.
take us the distance. A last leg shootout of which he would have the throw.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Brand Raman.
And it undoes all the good work that Neil Duff did in the previous.
7th final leg. Brand to throw
You've got to
first.
think
Game
that
on.
28 shot there for Neil Duff, the biggest letdown of the leg for him. I mean, just a straight visit would have left him a potential 2-darter. Instead
97.
now, he needs to find something big here against Brian Raman. There won't be too much of an advantage in regards to the league table because he does have to play Scott Taylor, and there really is nothing between
45.
the pair.
Well, at the start of this game, it was 14 points minus 2 Neil Duff, 14 points minus 3 Scott Taylor.
85.
And even if Neil Duff loses his leg, because he has a
100.
6-point lead, 6-leg lead, and the leg's won, he'd still be third in the league standings. But again, that would be irrelevant because they both play each other, and so one's going to get on to 16 points.
140.
That game is match number 14 of your fixtures today. Just one game to wait. Timothy Verbrugghe,
55.
Jim McEwan sandwiched between. But Brian Raman, comfortable lead here. Looking to set himself up. Looking to leave it handy.
99.
A big last start. Duff needs 2 trebles or Raman is getting 6. He will be getting 6. 6 starts
60.
at 80
Brand new
to
car,
pick
80.
up another victory.
To end the rut. $57 remaining.
It's ironic, he's gone the 16 way to try and avoid
40.
tops and to get on double 16. He's ended up on tops after it all anyway.
Well, maybe he'll make friends and make peace with his tops.
140.
He may have to
Brand
make
new car,
friends and make
40.
peace with his tops. He really doesn't like this double. Double 10. One left. Has to shuffle across. And then buries it in the
No
double
score.
15.
Neil the car, 101.
This would be one of the most painful endings to a game for Brian Raman. And it could be if Duff hits tops.
Game shot on the match, Neil Duff.
101. A clinic from Neil Duff. Raman missing match darts and Duff gets over the line, sealing a 4-3 win against Brian Raman. He moves on to 16 points. It moves him in pole position for Group B, and to Brian Raman, that one may smart a little bit. 4-3 win for Neil Duff as we enter the final lap of games, beginning with Timothy Verbrugghe and Jim McEwan. Well, Timothy Verbrugghe has been the main man when it's come to Tub Plus checkouts this week. He pinned this 160 to get the better of Paul Lewis a couple of matches ago. He's also lost with an average in excess of 101 today. He has been excellent, but he has just missed out of Group A qualification. To that man in your picture there, Jim McEwan, Chucky, who has chucked some fantastic stuff today. These are his numbers throughout the course of Wednesday. 105.5 and a 4-0 win against Raman. 96 and a 4-0 win against Duff. Beat Paul Lewis 4-2 with 4 from 4 on the doubles. He then beat Scott Taylor 4-0 with an average in excess of 90 and 4 from 6 on the doubles. We asked 1 or 2 questions as to whether McEwan could up his game compared to what was a disappointing day for himself yesterday. Well, the answer has been quite emphatic for sure. And he is going to be through to Saturday night's final. Timothy, well, he's going to have to consign himself to Group B on Thursday and Friday night, respectively. But for Jim McEwan, an opportunity to have a victory lap and try and end with a bit of a statement, end on a high.
First leg, Timothy,
and then enjoy a
first.
couple of well-earned days off.
Game on.
If Jim McEwan does win this game and end on 24 points, that'd be some tally, considering how this table looked at sort of the midway point. He will have his hands full here with a very, very solid player here in Timothy Verbrugghe, who has played some quality darts all week long. It poses a question, are we going to see him on Saturday night taking on Jim McEwan again?
It wouldn't surprise you if this game is the final on Saturday night.
140.
Oh, hang about, Jim.
Would have been some way to depart his Group A campaign.
140.
We know Verbrugghe can get up to the levels that Jim McEwan has been playing.
140.
Timothy Verbrugghe has hit 100 average every single day. This comes in game 3 against Neil Duff. And actually, it's a slightly better performance on each day as well, statistically.
30. Timothy the Car, 140.
Slip from McEwan.
$60. Jimmy the Car, 151.
To add the 151 to an impressive catalogue of Tub Plus finishes.
111.
But the tops doesn't go.
Car, 80.
It's felt like the first time all day he's missed tops. This is awkward.
60.
That was very awkward. He had 2 drawbridges between the third dart.
Yeah, should have moved there. Trying to force it through. Never going to work, especially when you use quite rigid, solid equipment on the back end of the dart. But McEwan, 1 more dart left in hand, double 5.
35.
Doesn't go.
Timothy the Car, 20.
Verbrugghe for a hold that feels a little bit like a break.
He's done this a couple of times, hasn't he,
12.
Timothy? Split
Jimmy
the 10.
5.
Free, double 1. Inviting guide? No.
No score.
And
Timothy the Car,
Verbrugghe is
8.
back for the 2 4s to take a 1-0 lead. 2 2s.
Game shot on the first
Into
leg.
the corner
Timothy
it goes,
Verbrugghe.
and Verbrugghe is the leg to the good.
Second leg, Jimmy through
Well,
first.
for Jim,
Game on.
this is his 8th appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth at the Modus Super Series, and this is the 6th time in those 8 attempts that he's made it through to the Saturday night final. Those are in qualification weeks. The Champions Week
83.
count for different statistics. Now, of course, we know that he's made it all the way and won the big jackpot. Beat Marina Michels in Series 5 to
140.
pick up the crown. And he gave it the big licks, quite literally.
140. 60. 60. 58.
'Much more like it. Maxi for McEwan, just as things were getting a little bit quiet in here. Double 19.
97. Jim Lucar, 38.
Although he could split, he looks like he's going straight for it.
Game shot on the
And
second
finds
leg.
it.
Jim McEwan.
And levels up with a 14 darter, 1-1.
Third leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
2 more games still to go at the conclusion of this one. Neil Duff taking on Scott Taylor. Paul Lewis taking on Brian Raman.
140.
So we've kind of got it in order here, haven't we? We've got position 1 and 2, position 3 and 4, and positions 5 and 6 all taking each other on, and they'll all have a
96.
little bit of interest. The next one, the one with the most, Duff and Taylor. The winner will be in Group B. The
60.
loser will be in Group C.
2 players that are preserving very good records in terms of qualification through to a finals night. Scott Taylor, his 9th appearance here this week. He's qualified for the finals in each of his previous
60.
8 appearances here, whilst Neil Duff making a 10th appearance of the Super Series and has qualified for the finals 8 times out of 9. In fact, the other player to have
59.
a perfect record in terms of qualifying through is John Worsley, who's going to make his 6th appearance here tomorrow night and has qualified for the finals in each of the previous 5 occasions he's been here.
60. 45.
This leg up in the offing if McEwan can find a big score. If he doesn't, Verbrugghe is in situ to open up a 2-1 lead.
42.
6 darts from here for Timothy to move himself 2-1 up.
59. 134. Timothy Carr, 138.
Does he go the Della or the Humphreys? The ops for the Humphreys. The route of which he used to win the World Grand Prix.
58. Jim Carr, 109.
So McEwan 109 for the break to move himself 2-1 to the good. Tops. Oh, beautiful.
Game shot on the third leg.
Wonderful
Jim
for
McEwan.
McEwan. 2-1 he leads. A 109 check
Well,
out to
Jimmy
add
through
to the
first.
127 and the
Come on.
116.
Well, that was 6 starts that really saved the situation there, because it was a poor leg for McEwan until that point, and a 134 and a 109 out. And he seems to
140.
have got him back up and running again.
60. 140. 85.
What do you give for another treble about now? Finds another
140.
treble to leave himself on 81 after 9 to move 3-1 to the good.
$125. Jim got 81.
Well, Timothy's hit a lot of 11 darters. Could have had one hit against him there, but McEwan's got time on his hands. Doesn't need to go for the ball. Instead, goes for the treble to leave him double 4.
77.
Time. No panic as of yet.
As of yet, but that second treble has left Timothy on a 2-darter, and Jim is chasing down for double 2. Now he's in the madhouse.
Game
And
shot
finds
of the fourth
it.
leg, Jim McEwan.
And fires himself into a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
So for Timothy, he's going to have to win 3 on the spin if he's to get the better of his old adversary in this group.
43. $140.
I mean, this is the kind of domination that Jim McEwan has had on this third day of the group.
100.
So far, in his 4 matches, 4 and a bit matches, including this one, he's dropped just 3 legs. We're just going to get this double checked
85.
with our fantastic backstage team. But we're kind of correlating between us that this could be a record. We're just going back through
121.
a treasure trove full of archives. And you wouldn't expect somebody to have done this in this group.
No, not with the calibre of player and the way the group's been going.
121.
We said who's going to stand up, be counted. Well, Jim McEwan's been that guy from the start to the finish today. Been absolutely fantastic.
59.
Showing us
Jim
the
McCall,
form and the reason as to
155.
why he's won a series here and why many people believe he could win another.
$96.
He's a proper player. This is another proper performance. The average in excess of 95. Dropped just 3 legs for the day.
98.
It's
Jim
been
McCall, 59.
masterful. It's been magical. It's been magnificent. But he's missed the big number. He's going to get a dart at tops.
Game
To
shot
end
on
the
match, Jim
most
McEwan.
perfect of days, Jim McEwan wins 5 from 5, dropping just 3 legs in the process. He really was the maestro, McEwan. An average of 93.75. That's despite missing 10 darts to the double. He also had the 109 out. He was just the player of the day. He needed a big day to win the group. He found the perfect day to win the group. Coming up next, Neil Duff up against Scott Taylor.
week number 4 belongs to you. Everybody, week number 4 belongs to the Duff man, Neil Duff.
Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
And Neil Duff doesn't need a win. He just needs 3 legs from this encounter if he's to secure his place into the Thursday night session here at the Live Lounge. Scott Taylor needs 4-2 or better if he is to progress through to Saturday night. The former champion is in a bit of peril. The former WDF World Champion has the cards stacked in his favour. For Scott Taylor, he's going to have to find his performance of the day, you sense, to get the better of Neil, who so far today has played some decent enough stuff. Had a little bit of a slip in his second game against Jim McEwan, but then responded with a 104.5 average against Timothy Verbrugghe. So what we're going to get from
First
here.
leg, Neil,
Before the
to
break,
first.
we saw Jim McEwan
Game on.
beat Timothy by 4 legs to 1, averaging 93.75. Had that 109 checkout in there as well. But all eyes now on Neil Duff and Scott Taylor. Duff, who changed his darts
100.
mid-session, found that 104 average up against Scott, who is still searching for something tangible.
140.
You say he's going to need to find his best performance of the day. There's not too much competition in regards to that for Scott Taylor, who's not found too much of his
135.
best starts throughout the week so far.
60.
Neil Duff really did peak in that game number 3, didn't he, with Timothy Verbrugghe? What a fantastic game that was.
101.
He'll be hoping to repeat something of the kind.
Because of that slip into the treble 7, Taylor with a 140 could have
45.
left himself first to an out, but Duff 6 starts from 165 to take this opening leg. Remember, he only needs 3. And the fact that he's throwing first in this contest leaves Scott Taylor
90.
with it all to do. Now, in terms of the meetings between the pair over the course of the week, Neil Duff beat Scott Taylor by 4 legs to
71.
2 yesterday.
Neil Duff,
And
75.
Taylor beat Duff 4-3 on Monday. Double. And Taylor
57.
would have been in trouble if that went. He's still in a spot of bother here.
$90. Neil Duff, 18.
So 2 9s for leg 1 of 3 he needs.
Getting shot on the first leg.
In
Neil
it
Duff.
goes. And Duff 1 up. 2 legs away from
Second leg, Scott
tomorrow
to through
night. That
first.
was what he
Game on.
said. He wanted to make sure he got. He wanted to win the group. Of course he does. He's Neil Duff. He's a man that wants to top everything. But
60.
he was 100% adamant that he will make sure he's in Group B.
140. $95. $98. $55.
Well, Scott Taylor could find himself in trouble very early here. Neil Duff regularly finding that first start in the treble.
68.
Not supporting it on this occasion, but he's got 100 points advantage on the scoreboard going into visit number 4.
177.
The angle of entry is a little bit weird with Scott right now. They looked a bit weird, those first 2 darts.
Well, they did, but they landed right. They landed where he wanted them to be.
57.
But
Scott
absolutely, you
Taylor,
do get
114.
concerned if the darts aren't behaving the way you want them to. And again, just a little kick over to the side, a bit more aggressive than as
74.
usual. And that
Neil
raise
Duff,
of the
138.
eyebrows. This would be big.
However, whichever angle the darts are going into the
118.
board, Taylor's
Scott
got 3
40.
darts at tops to square this contest up at 1 apiece. Double 10.
Getting shot on the second leg.
1-1 it is.
Taylor.
But remember, Taylor needs 4-2 or better. He's going to have
Third
to
leg
find a
nearly through
couple of
first. Game
breaks. He's got to be nigh on perfect from here on in. And Duff fires in a 140 to start leg 3.
$140. $180.
Business-like, isn't he? Knows what he needs to do and doing all he can to get there.
He's done it all before, hasn't he?
60.
Knows what it takes. Does Neil Duff. And he is delivering.
60.
Makes you wonder, knowing how Neil Duff is when he's down here at the Super Series, should he win this game and qualify through to tomorrow evening, if you may find some evening darts to play tonight.
84. Neil the car 121.
Yeah, Neil, one of those players who does like to play the local competitions. Jim McEwan's been a
105.
player who's headed all of the competition in this group. But Duff here can put himself a leg away from playing tomorrow night. Left himself on a
57.
double
Neil
after
the
a
car
dozen.
16.
And 2 8s will put him 2-1 up. He's edging closer.
Getting shot on
And
the third
use
leg.
that
Neil Duff.
second dart as a perfect guide to bump it in with dart 3.
Ball leg Scots
And
into
Neil
first.
Duff
Game
is a
on.
leg away from tomorrow night. The former champion's back
140.
is firmly against the wall. Scott Taylor needs to win each of the next 3 legs that he plays to
100.
make it through. The only thing in his favour is he throws first in this one. He can get that first step on the road. Break Duff and go 3-2
60.
up. He'd then have the darts again to win the match.
$100.
But Neil's just in turbo mode, averaging 95 right now. In the 2 games he knew he had to turn it on, he is turning it on.
180.
You say turning it on. Scott Taylor is starting to flick the switch.
40. Scott the car 121.
It looks like the opening legs of this game are all going to be going with the player throwing first. Unless Scott Taylor makes a bit of a howling error at the back end of this leg.
65.
However, we do know this week there has been some fallibilities on Scott Taylor's finishing. Duff for that 140 applies some pressure by leaving 1-2-1. Tops to get the first step.
Getting shot on the fourth
Back
leg.
level
Scott
2-2.
Taylor.
14 darter for Scott Taylor. But Neil Duff here is throwing
Fifth leg, Neil, the
for
third
his
first.
place in Group
Game
B
on.
tomorrow night. Wins this leg, he's there, regardless of what Scott Taylor does from there on in.
60.
And that 60 start has just opened up the door here for Scott. And that's the perfect start. And look at the snarl. He's got his bit between his teeth again.
95.
And he's in cruise control of this 5th leg.
100.
Sometimes we can label a couple of question marks in terms of the way Scott plays or some of the performances he puts in. But the one thing we can never label with Scott is
65.
his tenacity and the way that he can dig into situations. He's got a real fighter's attitude, fighter's mentality. And boy, is he digging in here.
140.
With his back firmly against the wall, leaving 81 after 9 on the back of the 14 darter in the previous leg.
58.
A win
Scott the car,
that would see
81.
him promoted into the Group B places.
Game shot on the fifth.
Brilliant leg of darts there for Scott Taylor. Probably his best leg of the day, not just numerically, but in the context of the game.
First. Game on.
Level game. Neil Duff throwing first, and he pops in a 12-darter. Statement leg.
Well, this is the leg. Scott Taylor wins it.
57.
He's in Group B. Neil Duff wins it. He's in Group B. And we go to a last leg decider. And Taylor's kicked off at a treble.
85.
Pretty much as you were.
$40.
However, what Scott doesn't want to do is do the hard work and then let it slip from there, because Duff is stepping in.
140.
Duff has taken the darts. Taylor needs a 2 treble turn here.
$121.
How big could that last dart be?
Well, Duff's still ahead on the scoreboard and got 3 darts in hand.
100.
You still feel Taylor needs to fill it up.
$85.
Could be going the distance here. Big advantage to Duff.
He's effectively 6 darts away from qualifying
85.
for tomorrow night. 91 points away from qualifying for tomorrow night. What has the former champion got with his back firmly against the wall?
98. Neil Duff 91.
Well, it all comes down to this then. Duff 91 first poke. Treble 14. Needs himself a dart in hand. A double 16.
59.
He's had a dart to send himself through. Has to be tops. Oh,
Game
what a
shot
way
on the
to
mat,
win
Scott
it!
Taylor.
What a way to send himself through. And Neil Duff knows. He knows that Scott Taylor has found something out the top drawer when it mattered most. The courage of a champion. Scott Taylor has beaten Neil Duff 4-2, courtesy of a 100 checkout. Neil Duff had led 2-1 in the contest. He only needed 3 to book his spot in Group B. And then Taylor reeled off 3 on the spin. And so it's going to be the former champion that will head through to Group B tomorrow night. 4-2 Taylor, Lewis and Raman will finalise proceedings. Hi there, everybody, and welcome back to the final game of Group A at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Scott Taylor qualified into Group B in dramatic style. He needed to win 4-2 or better against Neil Duff. He found himself 2-1 down to the former WDF World Champion, before then winning a 3 on the spin, hitting tops for a ton checkout to get over the line. It was some contest, and Neil Duff, he knew the significance of that defeat, a defeat that will hurt, that will smart, and it will be tomorrow afternoon we see him next. And it's going to be tomorrow afternoon where we see these two next after this game. Paul Lewis and Brian Raman are both destined for Group C darts on Thursday and Friday respectively. And for the pair, this is the most horrible game you could play. The bottom two playing the last game of the group.
54.
It's a wooden spoon battle.
$47.
It's already sealed that Raman will finish bottom and Lewis will finish 5th because of the legs won. Even if Raman wins
100
by 4 legs to 0, Lewis has won way more legs, 8 more legs than Raman in this group.
55.
So it's a game we're going to see a couple more times yet this week. We're going to see at least 2 more in the Group C campaign, where they'll also be joined by Neil Duff.
97.
And it's going to be an interesting group, that you feel, where a lot of the players are going to feel like they're going to have a genuine chance there. Neil Duff's probably going into it thinking he should be winning that group now. Certainly on the balance of what we've seen
36.
play-wise today.
I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be surprised if Neil Duff goes into that Group C, the same price that Scott Taylor
100.
went into Group A, around about 11 to 10 on to win the group. May even be shorter than that, to be perfectly honest with you. Right. I reckon Raman
26.
here goes
Daniel
for
Carr,
3
150.
bullseyes. I reckon it's on. There's the one. But that first start was a
78.
horrid one to then find 2 more with.
Yeah, he could have bailed on that on there and gone back up to the treble 20, but I think he was fully committed.
100. Brand new car, 72.
Not quite the 60 bullseye that we saw once upon a time. Tops for the break.
32.
Actually, a little bit surprised because it's a double he hates more than any other on the board, and with his opponent on 211, he's decided to leave it.
100. Brand new car, 40.
Maybe he can make amends. Make a friend. They really don't like each other, do they?
Brian Raman.
The double 10 has accepted the invitation, and it is 1-0.
Second leg, Brian to throw first. Game on.
It was just very uneasy on the hockey there, Brian Raman. A couple of practice swings in order to throw the dart and then pull that one a bit low.
91.
Did mention, didn't he, that there's a bit of tightness still in the shoulder. He's had the surgery, but obviously you don't recover overnight.
99.
Wonder if maybe just rearing its head a little bit here.
$140.
Well, they were well thrown darts. Maybe just squashing those concerns nice and early, which is good to
100.
Chad's one in the middle to leave himself on the fish, which he's already taken out against Paul Lewis this week. He did so on Monday.
100. Brand new car, 170.
But he's not going to do it again against the same opposition.
60. $81. Brand new car, 110.
For a 2-zip lead. Triple 18. Well, left the double.
98.
Will leave himself
Ball
on
of car,
double 6 if
121.
Lewis cannot find the 1-2-1.
97. Brand new car 12.
And so 2 6s for a 2-0 lead for Brian Raman.
Getting shot on the second leg, Brian Raman. Third leg, Paul
Comfortable
through first.
at the moment for Brian Raman, with Paul Lewis just struggling to find anything at the moment. So of course he's going to open with the backs.
140. $58.
We'll talk a little bit more about it in the studio in a few moments' time.
180.
Paul Lewis hits a max.
Gives us the Brendan Dolan helicopter celebration as well.
Really does.
140.
Instead he's struggling to find anything, and then
123.
he's on for an 11 dart leg. Welcome to the match.
Reverse commentator's curse.
27.
How many times this week
Paul
have we
car
seen
58.
11 dart legs get pinned? It's not going to be 11, but it's going to be a 12.
Paul Lewis.
And Lewis is back in the game at 2-1.
Fourth leg, Brandon through first. Game on.
We're going to get a little bit of time to talk about it in the studio once the session has been completed. But looking ahead to
131.
the rest of the week, Group B and Group C, what are we expecting from those particular groups?
100.
Or is it just too hard to really gauge this week?
I think it's all going to come down to those first laps of fixtures. Obviously, we've got to look at Neil
100.
Duff in Group C and see he's got to be a strong favourite. I would expect him to be around about the even money mark to win that Group C. I think anything better than that is value.
180.
For Group B, I think the two players that are going into there from this Group A, Timothy Verbrugghe and
95.
Scott Taylor, will both get through that one.
I'd be very surprised if Neil Duff doesn't get out of Group C. I just think the way that he's been playing, I don't mean this as a disrespect to the rest of the field,
59.
but if he plays to those levels, you'd expect him to be one of the two.
I think it's going to be a Group A dominated week. I think the players that are playing in this Group A will probably have the maximum lineup potentially going into Saturday night.
99.
That's what happened last week. There is a potential, though, for one or two to potentially play the role of spoiler to that particular party.
81. Brand new car 76.
3 debutants to come later on in the week. 1 in Group C, 2 in Group B. And a man looking for a 3-1 lead. Double 18.
58. Paul the car
Nothing's
81.
a friend right now. Bull.
Getting
Oh,
shot on the fourth leg,
yes.
Paul Lewis.
Oh, yes, indeed. A beautifully pinned
Fifth leg,
bullseye
Paul
for
the third
Paul
first.
Lewis to level up at
Come
2-2.
on.
Raman shakes his head. Anything that could transpire against him has.
$96. $100. $96. $60. $45. $40.
How many more blows is Brian Raman going to be able to
45.
take and just sort of keep going at the level he is, because he will be feeling, and that reaction, he'll be feeling that everything's going against him at the moment, but he's still in there swinging, still fighting back,
140.
trying to get that breaker throw back on the board here against Paul Lewis.
99. Brandon car 161.
Well, this would be a moment of magnificence from Raman if he can take up the 161 to Get the breaker through. He moved 3-2 to the good. He then had the darts of the match. He's not going to take it out. And so Lewis,
129.
20
Call the car 120.
to put himself in front. So Raman 32
56.
for 3-2.
Round the car 32.
And again, just taking his time. Having a little bit of a phantom throw in the background. Now this is awkward up for double eight.
Game shot on
Finds
the
it.
fifth leg. Round Raman.
Fires himself 3-2 in front. And now Brian Raman has the darts to win this final
Six-leg
game of
grinder
Group
through
A.
first. Game on. $92.
Thoroughly enjoyed this group, Matt. Don't know about you.
Oh, it's been a very, very good group. Very
60.
entertaining, very good standard, quality. Lots of stories, lots of drama. And I'm sure we're going to have plenty more throughout the rest of the week.
44.
As far as a weekly winner, normally at this point you'd start leaning towards someone, either one of the players
80.
coming in or one of the players we've seen so far. I wouldn't be confident with any pick at the moment. I think it's still out for debate.
45.
Well, before a dart was thrown today, in terms of the week, Scott Taylor was still the 12-5 favourite. Worsley was 7-2. McEwan was 4-1. I expect Jin to come in from that, A, because he's qualified, and B, because of the way he played today. It wouldn't surprise me if him and Taylor traded places and Worsley was stuck in the middle of the pair again, just the other way round.
180.
But my man here, Maxi, to leave himself on 140 to get the game won.
140. Round the car 140.
Are we going to finish with a flourish? No. Not at least from Raman, anyway.
60. Paul the car 136.
This 136 is to take us to a last leg decider again. It's not going to go, but it's going to leave it very handy.
128.
Leaves himself on 4 if Raman cannot take this out. Tops of the match.
60. Paul the
Still
car
can't
8.
find it. Still hasn't found what he's looking for.
Game shot on the
And
sixth
Lewis
leg.
makes it
Paul
3-3. I wonder if that's something that he plays at one of his tribute bands.
Seventh and final leg. Paul to through first. Game on. $100.
To be fair, we did play some Bono stuff on top of the Nolan and Leon stuff. He could have a band called U2 Oasis.
56.
Last leg of the day. Last leg of the group. Last leg for about 24
59.
hours. Back tomorrow from 1 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel. Then 10 p.m. the evening session commences on the
133.
Super Series YouTube channel. Do you know what? The way my voice is going, I'm surprised it's taken me that long for it to crack.
121. $83. $60.
Down to a finish. To end his Group A campaign with a smile. To end it with a win.
59. Paul the car 161.
To end it in style. Treble 17. Would have left the ball. But we've seen Raman take this
137.
out.
Round the car
And he's taking it out
170.
against Paul Lewis.
To finish with the fish. Another one of them. Paul Lewis's heart must have been in his mouth right now, but he
105.
comes back for
Paul
double
the car
12 to win the
24.
match. It's double six. It's not
Brand new
there.
car 65.
So against the 25, and now he's going to get one dart in hand, a double 16.
33.
Which he cannot
Paul
find.
car 12.
So double six for Paul Lewis.
Game
To
shot on the
end
mat,
his
Paul
Group A campaign with a win. He gets the better of Brian Raman in 7 legs. And so he's going to end his Group A campaign on 10 points. We'll see the pair back tomorrow in Group C tomorrow afternoon. That's how the game went numerically, 4-3 to Paul Lewis. And so that ends Group A, a group which in the end was won quite convincingly by Jim McEwan. We began with 4 horses in the race, but it was McEwan that galloped towards the finishing line. It's he who's going to be into Saturday night's final, and myself and Matt will review everything that we've seen today in a couple of moments. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined alongside Jim McEwan, the victor of Group A. Jim, many congratulations. Today just felt Jim McEwan at his fully fluent best.
Yeah, I had to. Felt very fortunate to be top of the group after yesterday. A bit lucky Monday, Tuesday. The wife gave me a bit of a kick up the backside this morning and said, do what you do, and I done that, so all good.
When you left the arena yesterday, what was the thinking in your mind? Because it felt like everybody was a little bit down after yesterday's performances.
Yeah, in my mind it was still get to Group B. I wasn't thinking about winning. But after my first game this morning, I thought, we're on it, so let's go.
And how important on a day like today is it to get out the gate with something like that 105 average that you had?
Oh, it was massive, yeah. Hopefully it puts a bit of doubt in the other players' minds about when they come up against me. But yeah, I played steady all day. Against Paul in the middle of the day was a bit erratic. But no, we finished off well.
And we were mentioning at the time, because the first couple of games, there were 2 games where no one really lit the spark, and then Jim threw that out there and it just felt like, okay, somebody's really come to the fore here.
It's exactly what we said needed to happen at the start of the day. We said someone needs to stand up in that first lap of fixtures and be the player. And when Jim was going onto the stage, if you remember back, we said, well, Neil Duff sort of scraped over the line. Scott Taylor didn't perform. It's over to Jim now. And he went up and he produced that. And you can hear from what Jim's saying here just exactly what it means. It's not just what we're saying up here. The players think this way as well. It's about putting down that marker and setting down the tone. And when you go in with an average of 105, it then just makes people in that practice go, oh, when am I playing Jim? And then they start looking through the fixture list, and you start making people think about other people rather than themselves, especially when you come into the group on the top.
You lost just 3 legs all day today, which is up there with a Super Series record in terms of legs lost in a Group A day. And your doubling was probably one of your key highlights. There must have been times in the day where you thought, I just cannot miss here.
Yeah, well, against Paul, when I went 3-0 up, then it kind of went squiggly. But yeah, the other 4 games, I didn't think I could miss.
We spoke on Monday and Tuesday about the fact you haven't been playing as much in terms of competitions like this in preparation for this event. Was it a case of day one and day two, you really worked your way into just getting that match sharpness back again?
Yeah, as I said before, I think sometimes the best practice is to have a few weeks, months off. Don't play so much. I've had some stuff going on in the beginning of the year, and I lost my dad a few weeks ago. So this is for him, by the way, because he was such a good supporter of me. But yeah, I think the break done me really well.
Has it made you hungry again? Has it made you...
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And you can talk about this in the respect of knowing what those breaks are like. Do you think sometimes actually some players are scared to take time off because of the rigorous way the tour is?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things when you're off the Pro Tour is we don't have this sort of defending system that they do on there where you will never take time off when you're on the Pro Tour because you've always got that opportunity. But with the different circuits that are out there now and the different way that the calendars are broken down, you can have that time off. Now, it's going to go two ways. You either enjoy the time off a little bit too much and it's a struggle to get back on the board, or when you start playing again, you always think, well, I'm not playing as well as I was. Am I going to be able, or I would have done that, or I'd have won that match had I not took that break. And sometimes it can make you hungry. And that's what we're seeing here with Jim, and that hunger and that desire is lit again. And he's won on this stage before, and I'm sure come Saturday his name's going to be in the mix.
Let's talk about Saturday a little bit. As Matt mentions, that little bit of a break, has that really relit that fire for yourself?
Yeah. Apart from this year, the last 2 years I was non-stop. I was on Pro Tour, Challenge Tour, WDF, Seniors, and here. I was never home. You know yourself, it gets so tiring. But no, the break's been great, and I'm really looking forward to Saturday.
And that's what people will never really appreciate or understand until they've done what Jimmy's explaining there. It's not just being in the arena and playing the darts. To do that, it's the bits in between. I remember last time Jim McEwan was down here at the Super Series, you went to the Isle of Man, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Isle of Man. And to get there, he played a final on the Sunday night. He travelled through the night, driving down, no sleep, playing here on the Monday. And it gets to that point when you come in on the Monday and you don't get the results and you go back to the hotel room, you're tired and you've done all that travelling and the journey and you haven't got the results and you've not got the rewards, and you sit there and you think, why am I doing this? And you do get in those modes, and that's when the break is good, and it seems like a very well-timed play.
Energy levels as well. The Isle of Man thing. When I got here, I had nothing. I had nothing in my tank. So yeah, you're right. Just the break's been good.
And actually, to play in a competition like this, and I've spoken to one or two other players about it, you almost have to rework the calendar a little bit, because you know it's a grueling 5 days here, potentially 6 days here if you get through to the final. You almost work your calendar around if you know you're going to be playing the week here to not play as much, so the batteries are preserved as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I like the couple of days off. I mean, people say it's 2 days off, but it's not, it's 3, because you've got all day Saturday as well. But as I say, I've got my wife down with this week, so the next couple of days we'll go and chill, and it'll be something different because she's never been down here before.
We'll have another little chat with you in just a second, Jim, but myself and Matt are going to round up everything that we've seen today. This is how the table looks then at the end of Group A. Jim McEwan, the victor, on 24 points, but Timothy Verbrugghe was absolutely superb. We saw him in his first appearance here, and the improvements from appearance 1 to appearance 2 have been there to see.
He is the talking point. When you got players in there like Neil Duff now slipping into Group C, that just shows you how good Timothy Verbrugghe has actually played throughout this campaign. He's been so solid, the finishers, the 180s, so many real key strengths. But it's not just those big moments, those flashy moments that we can pick out in the amount of big 180s or finishes he hit. It's all the gelling shots in between, where last time he was here, there was a lot of 40s and 46, 41s. This time they've come 80s and tons, which is why he's been able to pick up those wins against the big hitters that are in this group. He is a man to keep your eye on going into that Group B campaign. 3 players will get through. He's already achieved more than he said he wanted to achieve in being here, but I think we'll see him on Saturday night.
As far as Scott Taylor's concerned, he hasn't played to the best that we know he's capable of this week. But in that last game against Neil, 2-1 down, needing to reel off 3 on the spin, that ton checkout, that was a checkout for champion, wasn't it?
And people know what Scott Taylor can do, and that's something you're aware of. Scott Taylor could lose literally all of his games tomorrow, and he'll go into the last game, and the player he's playing won't think, I'm playing a player who's lost all his matches here, because you know what Scott Taylor can do. He's done it so many times, not just in this room, but rooms around the world. And he'll always have that little bit of fear factor, and we know what he can do with that explosive style. He did it very much at the end of that game. Now it's just, can he maintain that? I do think the time slot's going to suit. We've seen him really struggle in that first game, so I think maybe the later time slot is really going to benefit Scott Taylor. I think he's going to turn up.
Well, let's see who they're going to be facing in their respective groups then. This is how it breaks down. Jim can just relax for a couple of days. Group B sees Timothy and Neil joined alongside John Worsley, Craig Galliano and Noah Lynn van Leuven. John Worsley, who's got a 100% record in terms of qualifying for a Saturday night, and two very interesting debutants in Craig and Noah Lynn.
Exactly that. Interesting debutants. You never know what a debutante's going to do. And we've seen debutantes that do very well in other arenas. They come here, they struggle. We see people that struggle come here and do well. So there's going to be a lot of question marks. We'll probably have answers probably at the halfway point of that group. But I think the two players that are coming from Group A are going to take up 2 of the 3 spots.
Neil Duff, big favourite Group C?
Oh, absolutely. I said anything more than even money is value. I won't be surprised if he goes into that odds-on when we take a look at that group, when we know what Neil Duff can do and the success he's had here. He'll be a strong fancy.
Well, that action's going to get underway from 1 o'clock tomorrow. But Jim, final word for yourself. Former champion in this building. You've played some former champions this week. 2 hard-working days off for yourself. Rest and relax. Is that the main plan for Saturday?
Yeah, well, usually if I win Group A, sit in my hotel room for 2.5, 3 days. But as I say, the wife's here this time, and we'll go and do stuff and try to keep busy, not lazy about. But can I just say I'm not happy about starting an hour later on Saturday?
Ah, yes, because of a certain football match.
Yes.
Well, we thought it was going to be Switzerland v Slovakia. That's why we did it.
No.
Well, Jim, thank you very much. Appreciate your time as ever. Congratulations on winning the group, Matt. I'll see you tomorrow night, but we're going to be back tomorrow afternoon from 1 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel to see who is going to take the opening spoils in Group C. But as far as Group A is concerned, it's Chucky who's chucked his way to Group A's success.